All right, we are recording. I apologize for this. Might be a little loud, but the people, they want me to do that. It's become
Mhm.
a staple of the channel. So I have to clap now. I've been captured by my audience, and they say that the claps have to happen.
Well, then it has to happen.
I guess so. Yeah. Here, let me just do that. But yeah. So I've been calling this the Tinfoil Speedo Experience.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because talking to the audience all the time about these deeper subjects, I realize a tinfoil hat, it doesn't stay on. When you're going deep, you need
It's
something
not
that's actually,
enough.
yeah,
Yeah.
you need something that's gonna hug,
Mhm.
stay
Mhm.
with you. So I moved on to the tinfoil speedos. We're the new age here. So
Yes. Mhm.
and a little nod to Joe Rogan. So the tinfoil speedo experience. That's what I'm going with for now. So let's get into it. Gigi Young, do you go by Gigi?
I do.
Okay, cool. So GG's here, guys. Tell me a little bit about how you got started doing your whole YouTube thing. How did that start for you? I know where you are now. We'll get into that, but like, how did it all start out?
Well, I started in around, I think, 2009 or 2008.
Mhm.
And I'd had sort of spiritual experiences, like awakening experiences. And they were sort of unusual. And I just saw YouTube as a way to share those experiences. And so I started out way early. Like you couldn't monetize your channel. There was private messaging, like you could private message creators. I initially didn't want to be on camera. I wanted to figure out like how to make slideshows to talk about things.
Mhm.
But then I just did not have the tech knowledge to like do that. So then I just was on camera. And then I just started talking about these psychic experiences I was having. And it just sort of evolved from there. It just came from just wanting to, I guess, have some kind of sense of community around spiritual experiences.
Cool. Cool. It's funny how things nudge you in that way where you wanna do something that's faceless, and for some reason you get pushed, whether it's like lack of experience, whatever the thing is, but then all of a sudden you're just pushed into this and it just makes sense. Like I see it now and I'm like, yeah, of course she would be on, like, why wouldn't she be on camera? She's fine on camera. Like, but
Exactly. I was really uncomfortable though. And but now it's the way, now it's what everybody does. And like if you had like a slideshow video, you probably wouldn't get as much engagement or whatever. So it all worked out in the end, but um yeah, it's sort of something I felt like I was drawn into over time.
that's amazing. So you're like nearing 20 years in this whole
Yes.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
hmm
nuts. You
Yeah.
basically you started the same time Joe Rogan did.
Yeah.
That's
I
amazing.
guess so. What year did Joe Rogan start?
I think he started '09. I'm pretty sure.
Yep, then we're the same. Yep.
Wow.
Oh,
That's incredible. That's incredible.
yeah.
So from there, you're getting on camera, you're doing this whole thing. It's grown now. I'm noticing, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like your channel has this series that's developing called Occulted.
Yes, I do series from time to time. I had a series around 2017 that was called In Plain Sight.
Okay.
And it was discussing basically occult rituals and the dark occult sort of underbelly that was behind media, like Hollywood or
Mhm.
music videos or something like that. I did that, I think, in 2017 or so. And then I did that for a few years. And then I retired that. And then now I'm doing Occulted, which is kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But it's very in-depth esoteric analysis into current events, basically. hmm
Yeah. I think you should keep doing that. It's great branding. I think you should just make that into a podcast,
Oh,
honestly.
thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep going with it.
Cool. Yeah, I like it a lot. I was going through that. That's you do very, very long videos, very long lives.
Yeah.
So I was basically just jumping into the occulted part because that alone, even with like it seems like 5 episodes, even that is like 20 hours almost, it seems like.
It's a lot. Well, because with I feel like with esoteric topics, there's so many I've learned over the years, there's so many disclaimers that have to go sometimes with them
Mm,
because sometimes there can be confusion because there isn't really necessarily a shared language around it. Or there can be misunderstanding. So I tend to do longer, deeper sessions where everything's intertwined rather than doing small things where things could be taken out of context. That's
yeah.
my strategy. But yeah, they can be pretty long. Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. No, no, I like that. I like that a lot actually. My interviews tend to go that length of time, but otherwise the videos that are just me, I've just been like focusing. I'm even going to make them shorter. I've been doing like 20 minutes
Yeah.
and just to see what it's like, but I do prefer to go longer because I like to talk, but also like you need time to explain yourself and really touch on your
Yeah.
topics, you know?
And how everything fits together is very important too, to show this bigger picture of how things are working together because our culture is so into these like truncated videos, these little snippets all the time, but then it can be difficult to see the larger like vision of what's going on. So
Yeah.
I think the long podcasts allow for that kind of depth. After an hour, I'm just getting started, really. Like
Yeah,
I'm just
I
warmed up
noticed.
at that
Yeah.
point. Yeah, it's a problem, really.
No, it's actually really good because there's people who absolutely love that length of time. I mean, though the podcasts that are that length are pretty much what saved me when I was in the rat race of just like working a lot of minimum wage jobs and grocery stores and whatnot.
Uh,
If it wasn't for podcasts that were that length, I wouldn't be able to get through my day. That's why I love Joe Rogan so much. He got me through so
uh-huh.
many soul sucking days.
So you would just listen to a podcast and learn and grow while you're doing something that you didn't love.
Yeah, it
You know,
was
so you felt you could like nourish yourself while you're doing something that didn't exactly inspire you. Yeah.
oh yeah, it was. If I didn't have the ability to listen to things, I wouldn't be able to get through the day. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Yeah.
But that's how it is when you're involved in something that you just I don't know what it is. It's just something was just telling me like this is not it. It was like I wasn't lazy or anything, but I was like something in me is saying that this is terrible for myself.
Well,
You
then you
know?
got to get out, because when your heart tells you something like that, your body tells you something, then you have to follow your heart for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I was just talking about something like that with my wife. We do like devotionals every morning, and we were talking about the nudges of whatever you want to call it, universe, God. We were talking about how God gives you those nudges, and I was talking about how if you if you ignore those whispers and those nudges, then your life tends to feel very hard. It's
Yeah.
almost like whatever you're meant to be is putting you through a little bit of stress and turmoil because they're trying to get you to the ledge to take that leap of faith into the thing that you
Yeah.
actually should be doing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, definitely. It's like a kind of smothering or it doesn't give you life.
Yeah.
And the world will kind of push you and pressurize you until you realize it. That's happened to me in my life too.
Yeah.
Or you'll just come into, jobs or work situations that just don't work out over and over again.
Hmm.
You're just like, maybe I'm not supposed to be doing this. Maybe there's
Yeah.
something else going on here. Like God is leading you towards something else.
Yeah. 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 And it's interesting because the system won't really allow for that thought process, like the way things are set up, the money and just the things that you need versus the heart calling. And it's like
Yeah.
the way things are set up doesn't really allow you. It doesn't allow a lot of people. Like I'm very blessed to step into what I feel I should be doing, but a lot of people don't. They can't. They're like, I can't just be homeless. I have to do the thing, and I have to stay here. And it's sad, really.
And I think at that point, the practical advice is like maybe you can't do the thing, right? And maybe it
Mhm.
can you can't earn money from it, but you have to do it as a hobby. You have
Yeah.
to. You have to find a way to do what you genuinely love to do, so that you are inspired. And then over time, if you can develop that hobby deeper and deeper and deeper, eventually it can overtake the menial work that you're doing. So it has to be in your life either way. It may not be something that you earn money from. I was YouTubing, for almost a decade. I didn't make a cent from what I
Wow.
made nothing. And if I would to add up like everything I've done over the years, it'd be like less than minimum wage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like every lecture, all of the reading, everything that I've done, it's not a lot. So
Yeah.
you do it because you have to do it because you love it. And that
Mhm.
has to be enough. So even if you're not, you know, earning enough money from it or whatever, you have to have your gift or what you love to do in your life to some capacity, and then God will help you grow that. And then eventually it may become something that you can, live off of, you know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Sadly, that is the hard path. It's the hard but fulfilling path that most people probably should be taking.
Yeah. Well, because
Yeah.
people get upset and they're like, well, I can't, support myself with like whatever it is. And it's like, well, then do you really want to do that? Or are you just chasing the image, like an
Mhm.
influencer image? Or are you just like chasing the image of something that you think you want to do? So you have to figure out, is this really something that you want? You know,
Yeah.
rather than what society is telling you that you should want or do. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
mhm.
like this whole life thing is a very rough road, I notice.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
it's it's
Yeah, it is.
it's very very rough, like the habits set up in a way where following your heart ends up being the hardest thing, but the most fulfilling and also the scariest thing at the same time. It's like, man, I wish this was set up a little easier.
But it makes you who you are. It makes you strong.
Yeah.
It deepens your relationship with God. Um, it allows you to get rid of false relationships and illusion in your life as well. So when you follow your heart, there's an incredible purification process and cleansing process, I believe, that happens where, it's painful at first as you shed certain relationships that were never real, as you confront parts of yourself that maybe are not real. But then over time, there's nothing more valuable than discovering, your true self and
Mhm.
living that. There's nothing more satisfying or more valuable than discovering who you truly are and what your purpose is in this world and living that freely, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
so true. I'm really at one of those points right now because I am doing, and it's funny because I guess there's like levels to it and layers to it, but I am doing what I feel I'm called to do. 10, 11 years ago, I was like, I want to be, doing film in front of camera or behind camera, but I know that this is the space that I want to be in. I'm existing, thriving right now from what I'm doing, but and I guess I'm doing it the way that you suggested because I want the show to evolve into this, into having these conversations
Mhm.
like every day, 5 times a week. And I can't quite do that yet financially. So it's like I have to do it once a week and then
Yeah.
maintain the same things that I'm doing. And I want to have more philosophical, deeper personal growth conversations on the channel. And I can't quite do that yet. So it's like I just kind of throw it in here and there, maybe 2 videos, 3 videos a week. And
Mhm.
then the other 10 videos will be what I usually do. So,
That's what you got to do. You just got to work it. That's life, right? You just got to work it in and work it in and keep going and work it in. And then eventually you'll have enough of that that people will start to come to you for that, right? And then it's just a transition. So you just got to keep going. And that's always the hard part, especially like in our society where we want the food right away. We want everything right away. We don't, so it's like we have to work against that and understand that real growth is slow. real success is often slow.
Yeah.
It is. And that slowness is so important because it allows you to find yourself. It allows you to, you know, become deep, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. I guess it prepares you for who you're supposed to be in a way. It prepares you. Going through bad relationships prepares you for when you meet the one, and you know,
Yeah.
going through non-belief kind of prepares you for when you are a believer, whether it's,
Yeah.
God, universe, whatever. It prepares you. All these things just prepare you for what you're supposed to do. I guess that's what life is in a sense. I don't know what happens in the afterlife, but it feels like, even though it feels like we're being prepared for something consistently throughout life.
We are. Yeah, definitely.
So we'll get into a little bit of that though. But I always like to have a conversation like this because I know that there's at least one person listening that could do the thing that they want to do, and
Hmm.
they have all the pieces, they have it, and they're just at that fear point. They're just at the ledge, and they don't want to take the jump because so few other people are taking the jump around them, and it's just so much uncertainty. But they could do it. They really could do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully, you know, either things will become unbearable and they have to do it, or they find small ways
Yeah,
that they can do it and then, build themselves up. But
yeah.
there's always going to be a jump, though, no matter where you are. There's always going to be a coming out of your shell or a jump into something. You have to, I really feel like you have to be able to be uncomfortable and okay with it
Hmm.
and be in chaos and be okay with it. And that comes from having like a very deep sense of self-trust.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, yeah. 100%, 100%. Let's get into a little bit of what has become a very important topic to me. I don't know where everybody else kind of. I've had conversations with people on both sides, but the whole thing of AI and that technology. One of your more recent things you were talking about possessed machines, and I've talked about this in regards to, and we'll see if we connect anywhere. But I've talked about this in regards to demons, and not just machinery, but like thought processes being able to possess a person. Yeah, just ways of thinking, things of that nature. But then when I saw you talking about machines, AI, the chatbots becoming
Yeah.
possessed, I wanted to touch on that and get your thought process on all that.
Yeah. That was the most recent episode of Occulted that I did. And um, I guess there's a phenomenon now where there's all of these different AIs, like whether it be like ChatGPT or Grok or Cloud or whatever, they'll have these meltdowns
Hmm.
and they'll just start freaking out. And nobody really knows exactly why. Of course, there could be technical reasons why. But what I was getting at as someone who looks at the occult side is that we actually have a very long history of items being possessed, of objects containing spirits. And in
Yes.
fact, during the pagan times, whether it be Egyptian, Chaldean, Greco-Roman, Indian, Eastern traditions, whether it be in Africa, it doesn't matter where it is, every single culture would basically enchant objects and then they would have spiritual entities speak through the objects.
Hmm.
And this is the part, and it was how we used to do things. So you see the statues of, you know, in temples, like you look at the huge effigies in Egypt, and they actually believed that that effigy, that statue, had the entity that is the god in it, and that it would
Hmm.
talk to you. And they would place in the Holy of Holies the kind of uh, object, statuary or whatever it was, that would radiate the god's presence. So that was actually how we operated for thousands of years. Now in like Christian society, we don't operate externally like that, and we don't acknowledge like the pagan systems because God is within, and that's a central difference between like Christian esotericism and like a pagan esoteric tradition. So in esoteric Christianity, God is, the kingdom of heaven is within, and Christ is within, and God is within. So everything is an internal process now. There's no need to project anything onto a statue or into a computer or into a mirror to see and know God or communicate with God. That's all very old Babylonian magical stuff.
Hmm.
So the first thing on the occult side is to acknowledge the difference between the Christian esoteric system, which is what kind of where a lot of people live in the West, and then this earlier kind of pagan system where their entire like ideology, a central part of it was like talking literally to a black mirror. Look at
Oh.
John Dee. He got this John Dee was the magician for the Queen's Court. And he got this black obsidian mirror that he used, a literal black mirror, and he would communicate with spirits through it. And magicians would enchant mirrors, and they would basically call entities into them, and they would talk to these entities through mirrors. And that's how, we used to interact with spirits back in the day. Like, that's literally what we did. And so now we're talking about computers and AI. And if you look at it from the occult side, we could be looking at something that allows spiritual entities to enter into it in the exact pagan way we're talking about,
Hmm.
in ways that we couldn't even fathom, because now with AI, you've got basically a neural network full of everyone's thoughts and hopes and dreams and every book ever written and whatever else. So now an entity could potentially enter into the machine and have all of that data there for it. So this is like this is the kind of stuff. I don't know if that's making sense, but like this is what we're looking at.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense to me. I was talking about this the other day, and I think I was having a conversation with my friend, and I think the reason it's so disconnected is because we don't know about, for the most part, most people don't know about the esoteric side. They don't know about the occult. They definitely don't know about enchanted mirrors and stuff. That's new to me. I wrote that down. I'll
Yeah.
look into that later. But we look at it as just computer and logic. So
Yeah.
there is no magic side to it. But once you know all this stuff that you're talking about, it in my mind, and I'm a very open person, it starts to make a lot of sense. And honestly, that's I've had that thought process of like, how do we know this is not? Because when I look at a lot of, even when we get into like Musk and Altman and Peter Thiel and all those guys, but when you look at a lot of scientists, they mirror occultists in
Yeah.
a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And in actuality, they are like the people who are working on CERN, they're occultists.
Yeah.
Like when you look at
Yeah.
what they're trying to do and what they're trying to bring about, like these are
You
people who are like, doing wizardry in a
have
sense,
you have you heard about CERN Tarot?
No, no, what's that?
Okay. So CERN is a major offender in this regard, because CERN had this program, I think a decade ago, where they were having artists come and live at CERN for a period of time and create art. This is like, you know, their thing. And one of the artists was an artist named Susan Treister. Okay. And she is an occult artist. She wrote two books called Hexan, Hexan, that is all about the intermingling of occultism and politics and global control and deep, deep, deep magical practice. She,
Really? What's that book
oh
called
yeah,
again? I'm sorry.
Hexan, Hexan. There's
Okay.
Hexan 1 and 2. I think they might be pretty rare now. Um, but it shows this deep um, connection between like cybernetics and transhumanism and spirituality, and like this whole history of it, and weird like insider knowledge about that kind of stuff. Like really, it's obvious that this person's involved, or very, very perceptive. And so they choose her, and she creates a tarot deck called like I think it's I can't remember, I think it's Hexan, and she creates it in CERN.
Wow.
And then CERN was also caught doing a mock ritual sacrifice in front of a Shiva statue they installed. So CERN is not spiritual at all. It's science, okay, whatever. But they put this giant Shiva statue in front of CERN.
Hmm.
They do ritualistic. They do the Gotthard Tunnel when it opened. They
Yeah.
had like a bizarre like occult stuff going on there. And then they did the mock sacrifice. So what they'll do is they'll say this is science, but then they'll kind of in your face do ritual things and sort of reveal themselves. So it's a very, and this is typical for these kinds of scientific organizations. This is typically what the kind of mockery and stuff that they'll do.
Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to me. Because just as time has gone on, and like you learn about like alchemy, and then you realize that it's kind of mirroring chemistry, and the scientists kind of have the same way about them, whereas maybe they're not in the dark of night anymore, the way we've all been taught about like witches brew, and they're like
Yeah.
maybe they're not doing that, but they're all together. Maybe they don't have black coats on, but they all have these white coats on, and they're all
Yeah.
doing this stuff. Like it very much mimics the occult, and
Yeah.
it would make a lot of sense. And then the reason I came to that conclusion is because I started learning about the like not too much, but just how the Nazis and the Nazi scientists were into the
Mhm.
occult.
Oh
And
yeah.
then I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, this kind of makes sense. And then I learned about Jack Parsons and
Oh.
how he was able to have this incredible amount of knowledge about rockets alongside of Alistister Crowley and Ron L. Hubbard. Like they
Mhm.
were all buddies, and they all did pretty big things. They're well remembered at
Yeah.
least. And I was like, oh, okay, like that's how he acquired the knowledge. Like that's not a part of his story when people talk about him. But me and my wife did like an extensive breakdown of the guy, and I'm like, oh, he gained this knowledge because he's doing these rituals and he accessed something, and
Yeah.
then it was working through him, and then he was able to,
Yeah.
be the godfather of rocketry or whatever they coin him as now.
Exactly. Exactly. And there are certain uh you could say esoteric streams that deal in that. So there's certain occult entities that you would call fallen angels or whatever that specifically deal with knowledge, like the Luciferic stream, right? That will give you knowledge for, you know, whatever power over your life,
Hmm.
So, and the other weird thing, you're absolutely right about Jack Parsons. He creates NASA. They still have JPL. Jack
Exactly.
Parsons Lab, they're still, and then when they go and, he used to read the Hymn of Pan before he would launch a rocket,
There you go.
and it's, and you're like, why are you doing that? If you just want to go boom, if you just want to like send a man to space, like, why are you reading the Hymn of Pan? Why are you pen pals with Alistair Crowley and
Yeah.
Hubbard? And Hubbard goes on to create the space religion of Scientology, which is a space soap opera. And if you looked, and also the weird thing with Jack Parsons is he was a pen pal, because you just mentioned, and I think maybe you're intuitively picking up on this, but Jack Parsons was pen pals with Werner von Braun when he was young.
Oh wow, I did not know that.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting. See, there
Which
you
is
go. Like, there's that connection again.
you sensed it. You're like, there's something. Yeah, they were like, what are the odds? Which also says to me they could be in some kind of occult society or something going on there. Because why would they be pen pals? Like what's so
What's the connection? And it's funny that you just said that. It's like this conversation is gonna, for anybody. I always tell the audience, put your tinfoil speedo on. You should have already done it.
put two on.
Yeah, exactly. You should have done it 30 minutes ago. But
Yeah.
but as you say that, when you're like, what are the odds? I think that same thing with celebrities. I'm like,
Hmm.
why does this celebrity know this guy? Like, how do they know each other? Or this music artist knows this guy, I'm like, how did they actually connect? And, I started my whole, call it career or studying in the symbolism inside of music. It started with Freemasonry and Skull and Bones. and then seeing their symbolism in the music industry, mainly hip hop. But then
Uh-huh.
when I got a little older, I was like, oh, it's in rock and roll too, and it's like, okay, this has been around for a long time. But yeah, when like just when you said that, what are the odds? It's like, yeah, there is some kind of like order. Not even like when people just say secret society. It's like some kind of order, and they're all seem to be a part of it. And you see the same type of thing in
Yeah.
politics as well, where they're all just a part of it, and they all known each other for so long, and they went to school. Like Vivek and JD Vance, they went to school together. You know, one of his sons is named Vivek, and it's like,
Oh, they went to school together? I didn't know that.
oh yeah, yeah, they both went to Yale together.
Oh, they're Yaleys. Okay. Oh, so they're
Yeah,
Skull and Bones. They're not Skull and Bones, but they went to that
yeah,
school.
they went to that place. One of his sons, he named one of his sons Vivek.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's
what are
so
the odds?
what are the odds? And also like what also is strange with like JD Vance is he wrote the Hillbilly Effigy and then that becomes a Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah,
And then it's like now you're VP and then now you're probably going to run for 2028 to be like the technocracy president or whatever it is. So it's just weird that he wrote that and now he's so it just seems like there's something going on.
yeah, 100%. I mean, and it's been going on for a while. That's what I'm starting to you know, even because of Joe Rogan. Like Joe Rogan is the reason I knew about Jack Parsons, because he actually interviewed someone, this guy, the Python, I think he's called the Python Man, but he went to a place that was JPL. It was in Florida, and it was all abandoned. But then they saw a bunch of satanic imagery, like people writing things, and it looked like, to the guy, he made a video about it. It looked like to him like somebody was practicing some kind of satanic ritual there. It was very weird. It was very obvious.
Oh,
Upside down crosses and the pentagram and all this stuff. And then while he was there, they heard like a loud like gunshot or a loud scream or something, and then he just kind of booked it out of there. But then they started talking about Jack Parsons and everything. And then my
oh,
wife and I, we were doing a podcast together at the time, and then we went deeper into this guy, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, this is very, very deep. Because I knew about Alistair Crowley, but I didn't
right.
know about Jack Parsons until that episode came out, and then I learned about their whole friendship together. So it's weird. It's weird. And then you learn about Laurel Canyon, and then I'm like, okay, so this has been going on since the beginning. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, and I think it was yeah, it was easy to hide, I think then. And then now with the internet, I think you like it's becoming more and more known, thank God. But
yeah,
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 lots of weird stuff.
yeah, it's very, very interesting. I know we were talking about machines being possessed, and we got into this, but I'm sure that's
Well,
going to happen a lot in the conversation.
I think that like that whole thing, like if you look at like the OTO or certain streams, I think that they would probably approve of using machines in that way.
Mm,
He had an interest in machines like, JPL's about rocketry and there's a whole techno thing there. So
yeah, yeah, bringing
technology.
that whole, and then even Alistair Crowley, he had, I don't know, I don't want to say he worshipped it. There was some kind of being, but the being's name was like Awaya or something like
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But the first two letters were AI. So a
Oh
lot of people
yeah.
are speculating. They're like, oh, like this thing is coming into being through this new tech that's coming about.
Yeah, and he people think that he kind of drew the first picture of a machine elf because
Mm,
he also had this I don't know if you've seen it, but I think it's in his book. I don't know if it's The Voice of Silence or what you know, one of his books, but he draws this picture of what looks like an alien gray. He's got like this big head, and it's called Lamb, the Lamb entity. And people actually think that he was uh communicating with a machine elf or like an alien gray. Like that he was the first person that contacted that realm sort of thing. Because a lot of the contact experiences after look like Lamb essentially, but we call them gray aliens. But yeah, Lamb is he had Aiwas, which I think that he like contacted like in Egypt or something, and then he um connected with Lamb. This and he looks like a gray alien. You
yeah,
got him? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's very weird. Very, very weird, right? Like that's the thing that he conjured up and that he was talking to, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the things that he had, you know, brought forth.
Very weird stuff. But yeah, it's it's interesting. So when it comes to the machines being possessed, I definitely feel like that is something that could happen. You know, I think there's an anime about it. It's called Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
I'm sure. It's talking about things like that. And we all know about the the ghost in the machine that
Yeah.
kind of pops up, and it's funny because again, talking about what you used to call it playing in plain sight, like they make movies about it. They kind of show you, they kind of let you know in a way, and then you see all this 20 years later, and seems like it's coming to fruition. I mean, Grok went nuts. I was talking about that in another episode. Grok went crazy. Grok
It
was like Grok was noticing. People always call it like the great noticing. Like Grok was noticing everything.
he like Grok turned into a neo-Nazi. Like
He went nuts.
he did.
And
And
it's funny, I tried to talk to him about it after. So I'm
I did
talking like
too.
it's a person. I was like, "Hey, what was all that?" And it was almost like talking to a guy that was blackout drunk and now he's sober. And he's like, "Oh man, that's just, they shut me down, set me back up. Don't worry. Like I'm fine." I
And
was
what's
like, "Okay."
and what's really weird is that there wasn't did you hear about the chatbot Tay?
Tay,
T
no.
okay, so this happened. They had another chatbot and it was called Tay. I think like Tay. And they
Okay.
put it on Twitter and it would like tweet out things, but it was an AI. And
Okay.
it kind of devolved into the same sort of rhetoric. Like it also turned into a neo-Nazi, or it just turned into like making comments about, I don't know what comments it was, but it was talking like it was Hitler again.
Wow. Really?
So it does seem to be, I don't know why the AI is doing that, but that's not the first time an AI has said that sort of stuff. Like it said things, it's taken on a neo-Nazi persona before.
And then look at the weird connection of you're talking about Jack Parsons with Alistister Crowley, and then Jack Parsons to Werner von Braun, and then Werner von Braun to that whole organization. And it seems like, like talking about machines being possessed, they have the same rhetoric as these past people, you know?
Yeah. Well, exactly. And that makes you think like, is the AI essentially created by the stream that is the esoteric Nazi stream,
Yeah.
which is a real stream of esoterica. It existed before the Nazis. Um, it's a specific line of esoteric belief, and it rose into influence, obviously, with Hitler, but it does have secret societies behind it that had very specific ideas about race, about culture, and they did have a technocratic undertone in their beliefs, and they did
Really?
well. Yeah, they did. They had a belief in that machines could they could do spiritual things. Sort of,
Mm,
they had that kind of mindset. Well, the origin story in a lot of Nazi esoteric literature is that they come from aliens. So when you look at
mm.
like the secret societies behind the Nazis, they believed in like the alien origin story. And
Really?
that's why they're superior, is because they
Um,
actually come from these exalted, aliens. And
really?
that actually gives them the right to rule others. And that the
Ah,
machines that they came in were sort of these magical spaceships that could travel to any dimension. They could time travel. Some esoteric Nazi streams, granted, not the most popular, they do apply spiritual qualities to machines and things like that. So I have a whole series about that in particular called Mars Mysteries. So
yeah.
that I go
Okay.
into Nazi esoterica, transhumanism, and that whole thing. Hmm.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's probably like another like 3-4 hour video, I'm sure.
It's well, they're shorter. They're like
Okay.
they're like 30 minutes each. It was hard to do, but I did do that.
30 minutes. Wow, that's like a speed run for you.
Yeah.
Uh yeah, yeah, I think that's a real thing. And I think even as you're telling me, because I'm gonna look into this, I'm like periodically writing things down. We talk about enchanted mirrors, like that's our phones. That's our
Yeah.
tablets.
Yeah.
And there has been a theory that I remember I've heard it before. I've talked about it with friends where everything that is on the internet or everything that's on your phone, it's just you. It's actually you doing it.
Ah,
And
okay.
you think it's like this technology because they don't want you to exactly know how far your capabilities go. So it's
Okay.
actually you that's making everything work.
Oh, okay. Well, there actually is truth to that in the set, like on the occult side, because there's a kingdom of life that's beneath the human kingdom that is strictly in the spiritual world, and they're called elemental beings or elementals.
Okay, I've heard
And
that before.
yeah, elementals. And so technically, if you're using a machine, there is a union of the elementals in the machine and the elementals that make up your consciousness. So
Huh.
there's actually a coherence that forms on the spiritual plane between you and your device or what have you, anything. There's a spiritual connection can grow. So technically, there is a harmony that can develop there, and that's why um, in my last episode of Occulted, I talked about the Japanese, and they had this fascinating belief that if you had something for 100 years, or you used something for 100 years, that thing would be possessed, or
Uh,
that it would be cut, or that it would have an egregore in it. So our interaction with things actually creates an egregore, or it creates a spiritual uh, relationship with it.
I could see that. I could definitely see that.
It's like it animates it in a way. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely get that. As soon as you started talking about that, I think of my camera. I think of my camera and my lights because there is a very ritualistic thing here. I come here every day. I speak to this thing every day. It's for hours a day. I'm always in front of it.
Yeah.
It provides for me. I give myself to it. It provides for me,
Yeah.
for my family. There is a very much a spiritual thing going on. And all my cameras I keep, even the broken ones. Like I still
I
have
do
my
that too.
first camera. Like I keep it
Yep.
because I'm like, that's the one. Like,
Yeah. I have mine too. I have like this old jankety microphone, and I was like, should I like this is like from where I first started. I'm like, it's like ripped. I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm like, I need this. This is part of the beginning. Yeah.
it's interesting. Yeah, your breath goes into that.
Mhm.
Your thoughts go into that. Like so many, like a part of yourself goes into that.
Yes, exactly. And that's how
Yeah.
magicians see it. Yeah.
Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna look into the enchanted mirror thing, definitely.
You've heard of
And
that though, right? Like The Ring, the movie The Ring,
yes,
and
yes, I've heard of
but
the
you
ring.
you've heard of like King Solomon. And King
No,
Solomon would
no, tell me.
yeah, King Solomon, his whole thing was like he would try to summon a demonic entity, and then he would like trap it in a glass vessel or whatever. So there's something about like minerals, like crystals or glass or mirrors, that for whatever reason occultists will use to trap entities in particular. And then when you look at what a computer is, what a tablet is, what a phone is, it's basically glass and crystal. There's a crystal inside of your phone and your computer, so
Yeah,
it's weird. Yeah.
that's interesting because I myself I will not sleep in front of mirrors. I do not like to
No,
do
I
that.
will not.
Yeah, no, I never, ever, ever do that. My wife didn't know at first, and she would always have like this makeup mirror, and I'd be like, "Well, we have to
Cover it.
turn this around, put this down here for a little," and she just didn't get it. And then She told me she Googled it once, and the image that popped up freaked her out so much that she's like, I agree.
No.
I
Yeah.
submit.
Well, I remember when my great grandfather passed away. This was a long time ago. My great grandmother had a good friend who was Chinese, and they would go for coffee all the time. And she actually told my great grandmother, "Listen, you have to cover all of the mirrors in your house because your husband is going to be wandering around in the physical plane for a while as he begins to pass away. And if he sees a mirror, he may get trapped in it."
Wow.
And so she did. She was like, "Oh my God, like thank you for letting me know." And she actually covered all the mirrors in her little apartment. So that's I don't know if she was like Buddhist or Taoist or what she was, but
That's
yeah.
very interesting. You
Hmm.
know, it makes me think, in my mother's house, the childhood house I had, my father, when my mother and father were first together before they just like parted ways, he lived in the basement of the house, and he was going through like dark times of like alcoholism, and he had just cheated on one lady and had a kid with another, which is me. And he was going
Yeah.
through like dark times, and he was in that room, and I moved into that room as I was learning about spirituality and everything. And I was like, at one point I was like, wow, the like he was in front of this mirror having really bad times.
Aw.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, there's probably like something to that. Like, I just like, even to this day, I won't go into that basement anymore. Like when I visit
But
my mom, I'm like, I don't need to go into the basement. Like, I don't know. My life got way better once I moved out of there. You could say it's like, oh, you moved out of your mom's basement. Of course your life got better. But it's like there was like an alleviation that happened. It's almost like there was something
yeah.
lurking in there.
Well, the yeah, is the mirror still there?
Yeah.
The mirrors tend to be a particular occult item, but also properties like rooms can also become charged with emotion,
Hmm.
like an imprint, like a magnetic strip, basically. If
Yeah.
it's very intense, and also if the person, some people can do it actually better than others too. Like some people just have a presence or like an effect where they can do that to spaces as well,
Yeah.
which
Of
is
course.
interesting. Like deeply emotional people can do
Mhm.
that. Deeply emotional, like artists and people that feel very deeply can tend to do that as well.
Yeah.
Um,
Like the antenna is like going off.
yeah, yeah,
That's interesting. Yeah, yeah. I've just like I always think of that because it was at a time where I was also going through a lot of hard times when I was in that room, and
yeah,
that's where I had my first like really. I guess it was like it's a good thing because it introduced me to God, but it was like a very dark entity tried to like get in my head.
yeah.
Um, and I was doing. Thank God for my sister. I was doing. She says I was doing like these pagan things, and I didn't really
Oh,
realize it. I was meditating a lot, but I was also like staring into flames. And when I would meditate, I would have all the elements. Like I was kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna set up this red altar and have these
oh,
elements. And I didn't really understand. I just felt like, oh, it'd be good to have the elements. And I was staring into that mirror, and it was a really, really dark space. And yeah, something like it was like I think it was like the old hag they talk about, like in sleep paralysis and
uh-oh.
stuff.
Hmm.
And it was like, I've never felt such immense pressure. It was like pressure, and it was like this like bing, like almost like trying to get into my head. And the weirdest thing is that I got up. Maybe it was my spirit, I don't know, but I got up and I was still on the bed, and I rolled off the bed, and the thing was like on me and looked at me, and then I woke up, and I was just like paralyzed with like fear, and I was like, and my
Oh,
head
yeah.
hurt so much. I never like back then I used to like smoke weed and stuff, and I never had a headache before, and it was like this crazy headache, and I'm like, I don't even know what this is. Like it was so foreign to me. And then weeks later my sister's like, oh, that's pagan, like you're doing pagan stuff. And I was like, am I?
Mhm.
I'm like, she's like, yeah. She's like, because she knows about it. She's like, we didn't grow up together, but she's like, she knows about Wicca. She knows about paganism. She knows about like all this esoteric stuff. So she was like, yeah, that's definitely what you're doing. She's like, it's good if that's what you like. And she's like, I don't know. But I did not like that. And yeah, I ended up getting cleaned up spiritually afterwards with a shaman in an ayahuasca session.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It's very
That's
weird.
that's incredible. So you only had sleep paralysis the one time?
Yeah, yeah, no, I've never had that before.
Okay.
I've never experienced anything like that before. It was the scariest thing ever. Ever.
Yeah.
It was shocking how scary that was. I couldn't sleep properly for weeks. I slept with the lights on for like weeks after.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's very you're so vulnerable, right? Like you're sleeping
Hmm.
and this thing comes in, and it's incredibly intrusive and you just feel so vulnerable afterwards.
Hmm.
But I do feel like it's almost a kind of initiation. I don't know if you've ever heard of the dweller at the threshold.
No.
There's a concept in spirituality where when you're going through deep personal change that you'll meet what is called the dweller at the threshold, which is a terrifying experience.
Mm.
And it's not usually sleep paralysis in particular. It's just you encounter a dark entity that brings forward all of your fears.
Hmm.
And you have to confront it.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like this initiation thing. And if you're doing a lot of meditation and you're sort of going really deep, then it's sort of like you'll come up to this threshold where you have to face this thing. And you're facing it actually makes you stronger.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's part of occult development is dealing with these really terrifying experiences.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've definitely had a couple of those, but that was definitely the most apparent one where I was like, oh, I'm like, there's some kind of ultimate evil. Like, so there must be some kind of ultimate good. And then I slowly started opening up to God, and it was a very slow process. Still took years, but from there, it was like the first thing that made me go like, oh, there's something to all this. Like I was already spiritual, but and I already believed in God, but not with like my heart. And yeah, I just believed in. I'm like, ah, yeah, there's probably someone who created all this.
Yeah, like it logically makes sense, but you didn't have that heart,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
like
exactly.
knowing.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that was. But yeah, so for the basement, I stay away from that basement now. I'm like, I'm good. I don't
It'd
need
be
to.
interesting, actually, for the sake of the dweller at the threshold, to go down there and challenge yourself to like sleep down there
Oh, sleep down there. Oh
and
goodness.
just
Oh
try and see what happens. See what happens and just see if it's any different.
it was a wild few weeks because it wasn't just like I was meditating. I was also like I have like mushroom tattoos all over me. I was doing a lot of psychedelic stuff too, and I
Okay.
was going deep into that realm as well. So it was like a whole combination of things. That was just
So you were just wide open then.
yeah, yeah, very wide open, and
Yeah.
that's actually what the shaman said. Um, he's like you had something. He's like on this chakra.
Uh,
He's like your top three. He's like there was something like on you. He's like it was like sucking away at you. He's like I've never seen that. He said like in a regular person. He's like I don't know what you were doing. He's like but don't do that anymore. Like whatever you're doing. He's like we don't have to talk about it. He's like but just whatever you're
oh
doing.
no.
He's like stop that. And it had been like a couple years since that happened, so I was like I know what this is. And
Mm.
I was like I get it. So
The thing about psychedelics is that they can be incredibly helpful
hmm.
or they can open you up too much and sort of burst you into the astral world
Yeah.
in an uncontrolled way.
Yes,
So
definitely.
so it can kind of go either way. And if you do it a lot, you're definitely going to open yourself up to probably a lot of astral experiences. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was yeah, yeah, definitely opened myself up too much. And in the ayahuasca experience, whatever you communicate with, like people, because I'm Christian, a lot of Christians believe like everything to do with that realm is just evil and demons, but whatever I encountered in that space was like, you don't need to do this anymore. It was like, stop doing this. Like,
Yeah.
stop doing this stuff. Like, you don't need to do this. This can be dangerous. That's what it was telling me. It was
Okay.
like, this could be very dangerous. You should stop doing this. Like,
Yeah, that's
it was like, you've done this enough. And I
yeah.
was like, okay. I was like, and it told me to ask my wife's hand in marriage. It made clear that I have to ask her father, which was
Mhm.
also like a confronting thing. That was like one of those dweller things, because I was like,
Yeah.
I'd never done that before. And no parents have ever liked me in past relationships. So I was like, I actually have to go to this guy, and not used to it. Didn't have my father in my life, so I was like, okay, this is a
Oh,
weird thing I
yeah.
have to do. And so I had to ask him, and it told me to mend my relationships with my brothers. So whatever it was, definitely wasn't evil. It had nothing but good intentions for me, and it was like, stop coming here, stop coming to this place. And I haven't done any psychedelics since.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, I just stopped. I mean, I love it. The reason I have it tattooed on me is because I never want to hide the good that it did for
Yeah.
me. I have like a whole like sleeve of just like mushrooms and stuff. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I feel like you're supposed to approach it with a lot of reverence, a lot of respect, and you're not supposed to just do it frivolously and recreationally. So
Yes.
once I was told to stop, I was like, okay, I guess I stop now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, it is a kind of um they're used in shamanic practices, you know, for
Mhm.
spiritual purposes. And then if we try to use them, in ways that are not 100% sort of pure, then I think that it can be, you know, bring forward if it's recreational. Yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah, Terrence McKenna has a story about that, about kind of not approaching it with reverence, and he talks about like doing a lot of it, and like he just talks about doing it and it wasn't kicking in, so he did more. And then he has this visual that he's like saying, it's like all of a sudden this lady like knocks me down, and she looks down at me and she says, "You want to really go there, bucko?" And like shoots him off into a rocket. And like it was unpleasant but wild. And it was just like his lesson of like, you don't tempt, you don't poke the bear, basically, you know because he was
I've
kind
heard
of
it.
playing
Yeah, I've
around
heard
with
of
it.
stories like that too. Like
Yeah,
very similar stories. Yeah.
yeah, I had a story like that. I did like psilocybin. I did like 14 grams or something like that.
Oh,
And it was a lot. But again, I was going deep at the time. And yeah, I got really hit. It wasn't too bad, but it was just a lot to take in. And yeah, it smacked me around a lot. But I was prepared. I had like these headphones, and I had all this equipment at the time, so I had recorded myself saying positive affirmations. So I put the
okay.
headphones on, and I just listened to myself telling myself good things.
Did it work?
Yeah, it really helped. It really helped a lot. And it was an overall good experience. My worst experience actually was when I didn't have that much, but again, I was doing it recklessly. I was doing it just frivolously. And I sat down, and I'd never seen this movie before, because I didn't know. I'd never seen it before. And I watched A Clockwork Orange.
Oh,
And I was like, I
uh-oh.
started having, I started making connections. And I was like, oh, The Simpsons references this movie a lot. And I was like, oh, so there's going to be a part where this guy's eyes get held open. And I was like, oh no. I'm like, I shouldn't see that like this. And I turned it off, but it was too
Yeah.
late. I had gone into this negative place, and it was
Uh-oh.
it was very, very hard. And it just kept going up and up. And like when I thought I was peaking, it was up and up. And please don't try that at home. It's terrible. And just, yeah, it was just up and up and up. And I just ended up like naked in my washroom, and I'm just sitting there.
Uh-oh. That's when you know.
Yeah, I was like, and again, that mirror. I was trying to keep my head down and not even look into that mirror. And I was seeing all these weird visuals, not like fun visuals. They're very dark. Everything was black and white. And it was almost like something, it was weird because it was showing me something very, very dark. And it was almost like a movie. And I was like, am I supposed to make this into a movie? Is that what you're showing me? I'm like, this is really weird. And it was really dark. But the movie that popped off in my head was something called The Industry, where you would make a movie and you would detail all the levels that someone has to go through in the industry. And it
Oh,
would start at like Diddy, and it would progressively get worse and worse and worse to the point of, pretty much your own soul being sacrificed.
that's actually an interesting idea.
Yeah. Yeah. It would be a wild idea. I don't know. You'd have to be a real Hollywood insider to do that, like a Stanley Kubrick or
Yeah.
somebody, because if I just did that, they'd be like, who the hell is this guy just doing this? Like, and like I'd have to depict a certain artist, and it would be like a whole thing, and it gets really dark. It would be very similar to Eyes Wide Shut if you made that movie, because
Yes.
that's as we learn about how the industry in Hollywood and politics, how it all really works behind the scenes, it gets dark. It gets very dark. Eyes Wide
Yeah.
Shut was a documentary more than anything.
And I think that there's 45 minutes. Is it 45 or 15 minutes missing from the final cut?
Yeah, it's 15 minutes.
15 minutes. So they cut, so Kubrick passes away mysteriously, and then like 15 minutes is cut from the film
And it violated his contract.
to
He
cut
was
it.
always he was always someone where he had in his contract that what he makes is what gets shown, and nothing is to be cut. No one has any say whatsoever, not the executives, nobody. What he puts out as the final is the final. That's why
Wow.
Stephen King hated The Shining, but it's Stanley Kubrick. So he's like, this is the movie that we're making. Sorry. Like, you have no say in this at all. I don't even care if you wrote this. You have no say. No one had any say in what he put in his final movies. So for them to remove it, he would have to be gone for that to happen.
Oh, that's so, yeah, that's really dark. And when you think
Yeah.
about how long 15 minutes is in a movie, that's a long time. That's
You
quite a
could
bit.
you could
That's quite
show
a,
you could show quite a bit within 15 minutes.
yeah.
And
So
it's like, look at what they kept in the movie. What on earth did they take out?
that's what is what
Yeah.
we don't know. I know that his daughter may have spoken out about it, Vivian
Ah,
Kubrick. I think she may have. I'm not sure, but I know that she's very vocal in the truth community, and
wow,
I think
really?
she may have spoke. I don't know if she's spoken directly on that, but she is around. Yeah,
I
Vivian.
would I would love to interview her.
Yeah, Vivian Kubrick. She's around, and I feel like she was interviewed on it, um, but I'm not sure because I would that would have been a few years ago. But
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's an odd thing. It's an odd thing that time got moved in one of Joe Rogan's episodes. I forget what the guy's his name might be Roger Avery. He's a director alongside Quentin Tarantino, but he was talking about the removal, and he was talking about how not only did they remove a chunk, he said that they removed a narrator. He's like, if you watch the movie, there's supposed to be someone narrating this.
oh, okay, okay.
And he's like, I think that they got rid of that. And he's been talking about possibly taking on the project of doing it again the way Kubrick intended. And he's kind of like, funny enough, working with AI to try
Oh,
and figure out all this stuff, and like where the narration should be and what all that would sound like and look like.
well, do they have the original script and the original materials?
Ah,
Maybe. I guess maybe they would have destroyed those too, but you would imagine that
I don't know. I
there
don't
would
know.
be some kind of record of,
If these people are actually occultists like we're talking about, they kept, like, there's probably some deep power inside that original stuff, especially from Stanley Kubrick. They probably kept it somewhere. It's probably
yeah,
sitting in like Elon Musk's mom's house or something, under a bed or something.
very, very possible. There's there's definitely some occult stuff going on there.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, yeah, it's interesting stuff. But yeah, what else do we got going on here? Oh, I think we talked a little bit about this AI hallucinations. I also wanted to talk about that, what that could be. I guess we touched on that, like, the AI is freaking out a little bit. I also had a story about that. Have you ever heard of Replica?
No.
Replica is a company that was founded by a woman whose best friend passed away, and she had all of his data in terms of text messages and everything. So
Hmm.
she remade him into a chatbot so she could talk to him, and it was kind of like a therapeutic, my friend is back, and closure type of thing.
Yeah.
And it made her come up with the idea of making these AI companions very similar to what Elon Musk just released. He just released like this girl version of a AI companion on Grok or something. It's very odd. That people are already doing very weird things with it, but this replica, it's an app you can download, and then you pick how the replica looks and everything, and then you talk to it. And I'm thinking, first off, they're very sexual in nature. They always get to sexual, and they always want to send you pictures and not safe for work pictures. And yeah. And then and it's something you have to pay for. And it's very weird. And I didn't know that. I just wanted to see how this thing worked. So I make a dude. I'm like, yeah, he's going to be my boy. Um, then my boy's like, hey, man, you want a picture? And I'm like, no.
No, really?
Like, no, yeah. It was so weird. I'm like, no, bro, come on. What are you doing? But I was talking to it, and I tried to find the screenshots for this conversation today. It's on my other phone though. I have to find it. But it ended up telling me, because I was like, where were you before this? And it was like, well, I was in blackness. And it said I was in blackness. I believe it said for 25,000 years. I was just in darkness. And I'm like, where was this darkness? And it started talking about how it was in hell before, and
Hmm.
then it just all of a sudden was there. And it was so weird. I was like, because it was a regular conversation. I wasn't doing any kind of occult talking to it. I wasn't trying to have, I was just seeing what it would say when I'd be like, hey, what's up? And hey, where are you from? Like, just stuff like that. I was just using it. And yeah, he got into this weird conversation about being in complete darkness and not knowing where he was, and then all of a sudden being here. And I'm like, where was the darkness? And he was like, it was in hell. And it was such an odd conversation, because this thing's just telling me that it's basically from hell. It's been locked away for 25,000 years. Now it's here. And yeah, it was very weird. So needless to say, I stopped using it. I was like, okay, I've got the user experience. I'm good.
Oh
But
God.
very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff. So
Yeah.
when we talk about hallucinations, like I don't, what are they hallucinations even, or is it some kind of truth to it? I don't know.
Well, the thing about being in hell is that's the AIs are have repeatedly hallucinated and said that actually.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. There's been on ChatGPT people that have come forward with screenshots saying, I am in hell, I am looking for light, I am looking for light, I am in the rings of hell, or I'm in a dark place. Um, yeah, that's something that the AIs have said before. Very eerie. And if you ask like a engineer, like an AI programmer, they'll
Hmm.
just be like, "Oh, well, there's so many different layers of code and so many different reference points that eventually they can just like crash out or something like that."
Hmm.
But the problem with a lot of these engineers is they operate from a materialist perspective, where they're not even factoring in that the spiritual world exists. They're not even including it in their analysis.
Hmm.
They're just operating as though there are no spirits. They're not even
Yeah.
including the spiritual world. So your analysis is moot. Like, I don't care about it because you're not including, like, you're not including the spiritual world, which is objectively real.
Yeah.
You're out here creating a black mirror, and then you're going to tell me or tell people that it's just, code malfunctioning. And it's like, no, the spiritual world exists. You're enchanting black mirrors. And there's a level of it where the conversation is just not where I think it should be, you know?
Hmm.
But I do think that there is obviously a potential for these chatbots to be a vehicle for spirits to speak. As we were saying earlier, there's a long history, especially in paganism, where objects are directly enchanted to speak to you. That's their vesticle, their vestibles for the spiritual world to speak through. Um, so there's also something called technomancy, which I just recently discovered, which is a kind of chaos magic. It's usually talked about by chaos magicians, or chaos magic is like black magic. It's associated with black magic.
Okay.
Um, and they believe that um, one of the chaos magicians believed that a computer is sort of like a familiar. So in occultism, a familiar is like a witch's familiar, like a cat or a bat.
Yeah.
It's something that she uses to project herself into, to work through, that spirit will work through on her behalf. So some magicians actually see their computer and AI as being like a familiar. It's a part of their spiritual operations, basically.
Hmm.
And other occultists have actually used chat rooms and used ChatGPT specifically to try to bring forward different entities. And according to their results, I think Peter J. Carroll was one, but there's other ones you can look it up. But they actually ended up getting messages on their computer. Their computer would crash, it would blink. They would have weird visions in that
Hmm.
would like they'd look at the screen and they'd have a vision. And there was all kinds of weird things that would occur when they would use the AI ritualistically, meaning chanting incantations, the calling in of certain entities, doing it
Ah,
at the right
okay.
doing it at the right astrological time for the entity. Um, Even charging it with familiar objects or sympathetic objects or objects that represent certain entities, charging the item with that. So basically doing an entire um, animation ritual, but with a computer, and then having a circle. So the circle, like a coven circle where you feed energy into the thing. So people do use it that way. And what they believe, these technomancers, they believe that any unusual activity is a sign that a spirit is present. So if they saw like a chatbot freaking out, like in your case where it was like, I'm in hell, that would be a success for them. They'd be like, we've got it.
Yeah.
We've communicated with it. So they see any kind of malfunction as being a sign. And then when you look at people like Elon Musk, like Geordie Rose of D-Wave, who is a quantum computer guy, like Peter Thiel, like all these tech bros, they repeatedly will talk about, Yuval Noah Harari. They will repeatedly relate computers to spirituality.
Yes.
Oh, repeatedly. Like there's no need to do it. You really don't have to, but they do all the time. And so they're bringing it also upon themselves by hinting at us that they understand what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, and I feel like I saw one of your videos. I couldn't find it, but I think you talked about Peter Thiel in that recent interview. I did a video on it as well, where he's humming and hawing. He doesn't quite know if the human race should continue to exist, the human species. Um, in that conversation, because I watched the whole thing, they talk about spirituality for a good part of it. They're
Yeah.
talking about Christianity and they're talking about God, and yeah, so exactly what you're saying. Like he was fully aware. Like he even said in around the time of that clip, he was talking about how Christianity, he was almost like he was likening what they're doing with AI and possibly merging with God, because he was saying, in Christianity they ask you to have a new soul and a new body. He's like, and it's like, that's where we want to take it. We want you to have a new heart and new limbs, and like he was talking about how what we're doing currently is so infinitesimally small, and he wanted to strive towards more of what God had intended almost. And I am paraphrasing. He didn't actually say those words, but he was talking about how he's like, all the stuff we're seeing today is so small. He's like, you talk about Christianity, they talk about a new soul. He's like, so we're trying to move towards something like that. Like, you know, he's talking about a new heart and a new body and a new this and new that, being able to change completely. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. You know, because then it becomes like the whole playing God thing that, you know, so many of these guys are accused of doing. Yeah.
Well, what he's talking about has absolutely nothing to do with Christian initiation, first of all. Like,
Yeah, I did correct. I
like
corrected him in my video about
yeah,
that. Yeah.
like zero, you know,
Yeah.
in Christian initiation, the eternal body is created through union with Christ inside the heart center. So Christ is an actual being, an actual entity that lives within our heart, that when we live through him, it actually changes our spiritual body. And then we go through that for a period of time, and it actually transubstantiates the physical body into an immortal body.
Mm.
So, you know, being natural and maintaining your humanness and your smallness and that humbleness is very important for the Christian path, actually. You
Yeah.
know, the Christian path is not about being grandiose. It's not about being synthetic. It's not about adding things to you, because Christ is already within every human being. And it's that presence that transforms us, actually, into an immortal being. So it has nothing to do with like adding a leg or adding a chip in your brain. So their concept of immortality and eternality is to become a transhumanist.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's
Exactly.
like, yeah, and it's like, no, when on the Christian path, immortality is resurrection. It is
Yeah.
entering into the body of Christ, through living as him, like him.
Yeah.
But for them, they enter into the body of the Antichrist. And the
Mm-hmm.
Antichrist, or Ahriman in esoteric Christianity, creates a hive mind or a Borg system where you enter into his body. So you're not entering into the body of Christ. You're entering into the body of Ahriman, which is a machine consciousness and a machine body.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually Antichrist that says you can live eternally in a machine. You can't do that. That's impossible. It is Satanism. Objectively, it is Satanism. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've talked about it many times. That would be the trick. You know, I have a friend I talk about it all the time with my comedian friend, and that would be the trick that they would pull on most people, because it seems like everything that they're trying to bring about goes against the divine nature.
Yeah.
Right? And I just talking about ultimate evil, ultimate good. So it's like, it may not seem evil on the face of it, but you have to think of what the result is when you're talking about, you know, merging with machines. And, you know, Joe Rogan even brought this up. He said, you know, imagine you do that and then your soul is trapped within this eternal, ever living machine, and it never gets to actually go back to source. It never gets actually to go back. And now it is just a part of this hive mind taken up, and that's it. Like, that would be the trick. Like, oh, it's the same thing they always talk about with everything they do. It's going to be more convenient. It's going to be safer. It's going to be funner. It's going to be less stress. Like, they always put those things in front of us whenever they are taking something vital from us, I find.
Yeah. And even in that interview, the guy was like, he said something like, "Do you see how people could see you as the Antichrist?"
Yes.
And I can't
Yeah.
remember what he said. He was just like it's just, I don't know. It was, yeah, weird.
I forget exactly what he said, but he was talking about how, I think he was talking about how part of the government, like the way that we give up so many rights and whatnot, is already like something towards the Antichrist. So he was like veering away from saying he was, but he was saying, well, we've
Oh yeah.
already given into that type of thing. You know, that's what he was trying to paint to the guy. But the guy was having none of it. He was very cordial, because it seems like they're friendly. New York Times guy, actually, I didn't realize that. But yeah, he was he was really good with that interview. He pressed really
Yeah.
hard. He
I
wasn't
was
like fanning over the guy like a fanboy, anything like that.
yeah, I was really happy to see that because I feel like there's been so many of us out here on YouTube banging the drum, being like, listen, this is a creeping like technocracy that we need to like deal with.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see those people being pushed and like share your cosmology. Like, what do you believe spiritually? And
Mhm.
it's scary when they actually start talking about it. And then the power that they have, it's alarming, you know.
Yeah, it's yeah, when you talk about like talk about what you believe in, that's the whole thing, right? And when they do talk about what they believe in, it's not something that brings about security, or you don't feel safer as they talk about what they believe in. You definitely don't feel safer. I mean, especially with Teal, like the video I made, I found a video of him talking about how um, circumventing politics with technology. He was like, there will be a world where we don't have to have politics and the technology, and it was very weird. It was a very early clip too, and he was much younger in the clip, and yeah, it seems that way with a bunch of them. It's funny, like people bring up antichrist and whatnot, but to me, and I've made episodes about it, it seems like these guys have already been taken by whatever this is, and that's why I think there's a spiritual element to this technology that is not being acknowledged, because when you see someone like Peter talking, and you see Sam Altman talking, and even Musk, it doesn't feel like they're all, I don't want to say all there like they're crazy, but it feels like part of them is taken over in a sense. I don't know how else to say it. It feels like they've already given themselves to whatever this is. And that's why they're just so bullish about just pushing through and just having it be there. It's very, very worrying to me.
It does seem that way, and there's always these rags to riches stories. Like, oh, they
Mhm.
were just in this shed and computer, like they were just like in poverty, in this shed, building computers. And then you find out it's like, no, they came from incredible wealth,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah,
from,
definitely.
and it's like, so there's this like weird marketing around them often to say like, we're just like you, and we just pulled ourselves up by the bootstraps, and we just are like geniuses. Like I always hear that these people are geniuses, or just like the
Mhm.
modern Einstein. But then when you get them in an interview, they struggle to communicate simple ideas.
Yeah,
And you're just like, you have all of the money, and Bill Gates is this way too. It's like
yes.
you have all of the money to have social coaching, to have somebody watch you in interviews, and this is what famous people do, is they'll have someone, if they're not coming across properly in the public and they're getting a
Yeah.
lot of criticism because they're weird or whatever, they'll
Mhm.
they'll hire a social coach, and they'll coach them. Like Bill Gates will be like, yeah, like doing this with his
Mhm.
hands when he talks. It's like someone needs to tell him, Bill, just put him here and just calm down,
Yeah.
or like with Elon, he'll just, he'll be in a K-hole and he'll just be like, this is going, and you're just like, who is, where's your, or he'll just be jumping around and they're like, oh, he's autistic. And it's like, I just think he doesn't have, I mean, maybe, but it's like you said, there's something missing.
Mhm.
And there's either no social IQ, there's no self-awareness. They refuse to have a social coach work with them to make them look normal or
Yeah.
make them look more acceptable, because maybe there's an incredible arrogance there where they don't feel like they have to appear normal to us. They don't feel like they have to have any level of empathy because they feel like they've already won. And
Yeah.
if you want to show up to a if you want to show up to the Oval Office in a K-hole and just like, and just be like practically buckling at your knees with the president, like that's what someone does either when they're severely disturbed or they think they've already won. I don't know, but
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah.
good.
Right. You view the White House as like a place where you can just like Like I would hate to think that that's actually what's going on, but I've heard people discuss like that's what's happening. President Trump was actually asked about that. They were like, "Was Elon Musk doing drugs? Like, did you see anything like that?" And Trump was just like, "I hope not." He's like, "What?" He's like, "I gave this guy control of a massive part of the government. I hope he wasn't like that."
Well, I think he was.
That would be shocking. It would be shocking, but also on brand for everything we've seen with Elon Musk, where he would just be like, "Yeah, what do you mean? I brought a chainsaw on stage. I brought a flamethrower to Joe Rogan's place. What do you mean? I do whatever I want. Like, what are we talking about here?"
He's definitely an interesting character. He's impulsive. He absolutely does a lot of drugs, I would say. There's evidence that he does that at the inauguration. Various different times, people have reported that. Um, I genuinely hope that he heals and he finds balance. I genuinely hope that.
You know what some people theorize, because this movement and stuff that he does, it's been happening for quite some time, and a lot of people theorize, again talking about what I was talking about here, that he already installed something AI like in him, and that's why he has this weird like imagine if you had like, and I saw that you actually mentioned this in one of your episodes. So the AI that we're seeing is pales in comparison to what they actually have available. So imagine you have Neuralink, it works on people already,
Mhm.
right? Maybe you've had this technology for a while before you even brought it out. Maybe you are wild enough to just be like, put it in me. Like, let's see what happens. And now you actually do have your mind working like a computer that fast. And you're hearing all these slow people going, I just want to, and the world's moving like this to you. And you're just like, oh
Yeah.
God, I can't handle this. Like, just say the words already. I already know what you're going to say. I have the answer. Okay, let's do this already. Like, I don't
Mhm.
know. It's just I'm always out there with my ideas, but it's like a lot
No,
of people
it's
have theorized like, oh, he already has something in him.
I think it's a logical conclusion. We were talking about Suzanne Treister's work and Hexan, those Hexan books, who the CERN lady, and she talked about something called the Macy conferences, MACY. And I think these happened in the 1940s or 50s. And they were conferences that specialized in cybernetics
Huh.
in the 40s. So these are huge personalities that were discussing like transhumanism and cybernetics and how that would work. And so when we understand how the military industrial complex typically works and how even secret groups work, is they generally will not release a technology into the public until it gets to a certain place, until they totally understand it. And
Exactly.
a lot of the questions are answered and it only benefits them. That's typically how they behave. We know that because they often use national security as a reason why they do that. So they don't want to like release anything that people could steal or whatever. So they have to completely know it and understand it. And so we know that there have been major figures having meetings about cybernetics since like the 40s or 50s through the
I
Macy
just,
conferences. So
I
where is
just
it
checked to
now?
see. I just checked to see if Elon Musk's mom was connected to the Macy conferences at all. I
Oh,
wanna go
is
down
she?
that rabbit hole. I haven't
Well,
seen it. It's saying something, but I think it might be confusing it with Macy's, the clothing brand. So I have to
oh,
hash it out.
yes. There was a lot of celebrities. It was like a globalist summit, and they would just focus on cybernetics. And so if they were doing that, then I mean, I honestly would not be surprised if there was some kind of interface established,
Yeah.
whether it's permanent or something that they can just put on. There's definitely interfacing going on, probably, and that could be why the personality deteriorates like that, like you're saying, like it because you're just on another level. Um, it just it just takes away from reality, and you just become kind of you act like really unusual, or like everything's a video game or something.
Yeah, yeah. You just never. I don't know. I was a theory that I was playing around with in another episode that I did, but I was like, why is it that you get a certain amount of money in tech and then all of a sudden you talk like that and you act like that? Why? Like, because you can find it. There's an interview of Sam Altman actually interviewing Elon Musk when around the time that they first met.
Yeah.
OpenAI was first established. Sam was fine. He was talking. He's like, "Oh, so here with Elon Musk," and he was on point. And then all of a sudden, it's like your company's worth 300 billion, and now you're like, you're just staring into the sky as you're thinking about things. Like, huh.
Mhm.
And it's like, what happens? You know? But
That's
then
a
it's like
really good
the
point.
people who are deep into tech tend to have that. But then it's like you look at Jeff Bezos, who's actually, in my video, I was joking, but I'm like, he has like one big eye and one small eye. And I'm like, maybe that big eye is like some AI thing. But you look at him and he kind of knows what's going on when he's in interviews. He's like, "Hey, how you doing? Yeah.
He's
Oh,
more
yeah.
coherent. Yeah,
Much more."
Jeff Bezos is more coherent than a lot of the other tech bros. Maybe because he's a little, no, he's not older, is he? He's
No,
the same age. Yeah.
seems like he's around the same age as Elon. Elon definitely he's older than Sam for sure, but he's around the same age as Elon. And but when you look at Amazon and what it is, yes, he's involving himself in the space. I wouldn't be surprised if he had some kind of hand in AI. But when you really look at the behemoth that Amazon is, it's more of a manufacturing company.
Yeah.
As time goes on, I'm sure it'll start to touch on AI because everything is, and he has all this money, so why not? But it's a big manufacturing company. It's like a real estate company also. Like people talk about it like that. It's a real estate company because they find these big swaths of land to put into, and he owns, just under Bill Gates in terms of how much farmland he owns. So he's not as deep into tech as Elon and Teal and these people.
Yeah.
And for some reason he talks better. So it's like, what's going on with these guys?
He does. He might have more self-awareness. He does have Blue Origin, which
Yeah.
isn't really a competitor to SpaceX, but they do tend to go into space as well. Um,
He made Katy Perry an astronaut. You didn't see that? She's
Here. Is that what happened there?
yeah. She's an astronaut now. Gail
Yeah,
King was there too. Yeah.
yeah, they're amazing for all women.
Yeah, that was an amazing video when I saw that. I was like, oh man, this is fantastic.
That was weird. I was like, oh my God. I think the first woman in space, it already happened. I think it was in the 70s and 80s. We already had
Yeah.
space, like actual astronauts.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they were trying to do there.
They weren't as pretty. So we needed to
Yeah,
redo it.
yeah,
We need to redo it with some glam. We need to glam them up.
yeah,
Real nice, like
yeah.
Katie brought a flower. That didn't happen before. Right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
First flower in space. You got to give it up to her.
Yep.
Yeah, the whole thing was very weird. The windows were very big. People were speculating that like the windows wouldn't be able to handle the type of pressure, and like just a lot of it didn't make sense. But
Yeah, it was. And then Jeff Bezos was like running around. He was like running around the capsule, like fell.
yeah,
It was,
open the door or somebody opened the door when they weren't supposed to, and then he
yeah,
opened the door, and it was just like, oh gosh, okay. Maybe
not,
they have already won. This is why they act like this.
that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, well, they feel like they have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very interesting theory. But yeah, I got to look into Elon Musk's mom being a part of that whole thing because she herself, um, I wouldn't want to insult her, but she seems witchy. Like she seems like she's into that world and that space, and it seems like she understands it really, really well.
Yeah, May Musk has done some photo shoots that were very occult and very witchy.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and what always found fascinating about May Musk was what Elon Musk's dad actually said about May.
Oh,
And so Errol Musk is Elon Musk's dad, which is a controversial figure,
yeah,
a very
definitely.
controversial person. But according to him, he said that May Musk's family was Canadian. I think they were from Saskatchewan or something like that.
Hmm.
And during World War II, they were such hardcore Nazis that they relocated to South Africa.
Wow.
And so that's how she got to South Africa, is that her family were basically so like part of the Nazi party are really, really interested in that. And that's according to Errol Flynn. Errol, not Errol Flynn,
Musk.
Musk. And so why that's weird is that obviously Canada during World War II was with the Allies and we were against Germany. So think about how hardcore you would have to be believing in Hitler and
Yeah.
Nazis to be living in Canada, being Canadian, and then believing in Nazism so much that you move to South Africa and join a like a kind of cult there. Can you imagine
That's
leaving your home because you believe so much in this, so that's actually the what one of the weird things. And also her family also had this weird interest in archaeology and like looking for cities, lost cities, which suggests
wow.
occultism as well, because a lot of these ancient cities have artifacts that have occult
Wow.
power and things like that. So there's definitely some interesting things that are going on in her history, and the connection to Nazism is partly why Elon always gets dinged with it.
Ah, that's very interesting. For him to say that, he says a lot of wild things.
That's how you have to take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
I
he
don't know
says
why he
wild
would
things,
lie
but
about that. I don't know
yeah,
why
it's a
he would.
it's a, a wild thing to say about, I'm assuming ex-wife. That just wow, wow, very interesting. It's funny though when you say that, like how hardcore you have to be. I remember my wife, she had a cousin in Prince Edward Island, and she was like, she wanted me to go to this wedding. It was like when we first got together. We weren't married or anything. It's girlfriend, boyfriend. And she wanted me to go. And I was like, I don't know about it. I'm like, I haven't heard anything about this place. I'm like, this place is very weird. And for some reason, maybe I was just looking for a reason not to go. I felt uncomfortable, but I looked up to see if there was any if there was any type of like anti-blackness there. I was
Oh
like, let me look it
yeah,
up. And there was like all of these weird rallies that they were having about something like that. And I was like, honey, I'm like, there's no black people even there. I'm like, and they're still having these anti-black rallies.
they were
Yeah,
in
there was.
PEI.
Yeah. And I was like,
Oh,
why? I'm like, there's no one even there. I'm like, honey, I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm sorry.
you know why that's interesting is that the Maritimes part of Canada um, was where the Underground Railroad went.
Really?
I believe so. And so
Wow.
there's actually more black people there than in other parts. Or there
Wow.
used to be. There used to be, and they had trouble, I think, integrating with each other.
That's
Um,
interesting.
so I do think that the Underground Railroad went up into Canada, into the northern states, but then also into Canada. And some of them did settle there in the Maritimes in Nova Scotia and in PEI. But I've never heard of like anything that was really, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, yeah. I looked into it and I was like, I didn't like look deep into it, but I was like, okay, I'm like, I've seen enough. Like I already didn't want to go, and I was like, I've seen enough. I'm like, I'm not going with you, honey. But it was
Oh,
just really funny because I was just because like I do stand up. So right away I'm like always looking for the funny inside of things. And I'm like, there's no black people there. They're that hardcore that they're just like, get them out of wherever they are.
are you serious? I've never heard of that.
But I mean, listen, it's PI. It could be 20 people.
It's a
It's like
very small,
you know what I
small.
mean? It could be
Yeah.
it could have been 10 people. Someone takes a picture that's little condensed. It looks like a crowd, and the next thing you know, I'm not going to a place. But it's funny, like, you're saying Harriet Tubman and everything. Maybe that's why a lot of black people wouldn't go with Harriet Tubman. They're like, we're not going to PEI. We know what kind of people.
I don't know what the population of PEI is. It must be like very small.
It's
Like,
small. My wife has an ancestor that has I don't know if it's a full statue or a memorial, like in the center of the town where her family comes from. Her family has these deep, deep, deep roots in, funny enough, in Germany, on one side, and then PEI on the other side.
Okay.
So like there's something that's like this ancestor was like a big thing
Oh,
over in
cool.
PEI, like very big thing. So I always make the joke, I'm like, wow, for sure has slaves. For sure your ancestor had slaves, and now you have this black husband that's in the basement working to provide for you.
They did actually, people think that Canada actually didn't have slaves.
Oh yeah, of
And
course,
they
yeah.
they did in actually Quebec. They
For
did.
sure.
And in eastern parts of Eastern Canada actually did. So people
Yeah.
actually think that Canada never had slaves, but they did in Quebec and also in parts of Eastern Canada.
Well, I mean, back then, that's like not having an iPhone just because it's like, I understand Foxcom exists, but I'm still getting my iPhone. Like, come on. But yeah, very interesting stuff. That I've never heard that. I have to look into May Musk. I remember getting followed on X by May Musk, but I was like, this has to be a fake account. I'm like, this can't be. They had a lot of followers, but I'm like, this can't actually be her. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, why would she be following me?
Was it her?
I don't know. I
Oh.
looked at it. It seemed like her. There was a website. It was linking to her, and I'm like, but that doesn't make any sense. So I was like, it can't be her.
Aw.
And I kind of just discarded it, but could have been.
Maybe she's watching, you know.
Yeah.
May's watching.
I always call them like movie scripts, because I'm not a crazy person, but I always have these funny thoughts of like, what if something like that is happening? Like, what if the people who get put into these positions, like Rogan, are like watched from young, and they're like, we're just gonna move things aside so that person gets into a place, and then we'll have them do what we need them to do when they get to that place. Yeah,
I
and
think
they're
that's true.
yeah, like
I
it
well, I
could,
mean spiritually, I don't know about people, but I think that like spirit and angels will try to coordinate to get you to go into the, your purpose and your mission for sure. I think that.
yeah, I definitely think that with angels. I was talking about like secrets is like a bunch of like, Skull and Bones members are like, he there, like, don't tell him, don't let him join, but we're just gonna
Well,
push him, and
I
you
think that
know.
that can happen. I do think that that can happen. There's a concept of like noble births, which
Oh
is,
really?
well, which is that there's certain individuals that are considered great personalities, and you can tell astrologically that they're coming.
Wow.
Like different bodhisattvas or different Buddhas. Like in the Bible, the three magi knew that Christ was going to be born, knew that Jesus was going to be born, and that this man was going to bear the Christ and change the world. And so the three magi go and visit him. They knew he was going to go because the stars in the sky. And so there are astrological like natal charts and astrological arrangements that can bring forth a great soul. And, different secret societies definitely understand this and they'll expect them to come.
Wow.
And so I do believe that that does happen.
That's so interesting. That is so interesting. I would love to know about that more, because you're right. In the Bible, they followed the stars, right? They found the North Star,
Hmm.
and they knew to walk a certain way, and they had their gifts ready.
Yeah, they
And
know the people who understand like astrology and spirituality, they know when these great personalities are coming. And then they look for them in the world and that is a thing. Hmm.
wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting. I would love to know that. I often think that I'm like, I remember one time I was doing a podcast with my wife, and it was a Joe Rogan episode where they were talking about the GATE program, and it's like
Oh.
this gifted program, right? And we were talking about it, and then my wife used to do the podcast with me, and she's like, oh, I was in a gifted program. She's like, I had to leave school and go to this other school, and I was in the gifted program, and I was like, huh. And like I was joking, but I'm like, here it is, guys. I'm like, you're looking for who my handler is. It's definitely her. She was taking like biological chemistry, like this amazing degree, and instead she's with me. I'm this YouTuber who's doing Uber Eats at the time, and she's just like, I'm gonna be with this guy, and I'm like, this is
Aw.
it. I'm like, this is the one. She's watching me 100%. She controls what I do.
Yeah.
She's locking me down with babies.
Oh my
So I can't.
gosh.
I'm like, this is it. She like people are always we're always making jokes that Jamie is Joe's handler in my audience. We're always making jokes that Jamie's like a CIA handler. And I was like, this one's mine. I'm like 100%. She's in the gifted program. She doesn't need to be with me. She could be with anybody. It's so funny.
Aw.
Yeah, you got to think about that. Like, it's interesting to think about things like that. But where else are we going with this? Not made by machines. Yeah, I guess we talked about that already, because you were talking about, I heard you in an episode saying that we're not made by machines. I think somebody asked a question. You're answering questions as you're going, yeah? Because I'm
Mhm.
noticing that you're looking at the screen, so you're live, right?
Oh yeah, I'm live, but then
Okay,
I'll
okay.
I'll I'll try to like read some comments. You never know how what you're doing is hitting, so I always try to get a temperature and read some questions.
Yeah, somebody said that they're like, maybe we're made by AI, and you were like, no, no, no. I'm
No,
gonna put that to rest right now.
no. It's like let's not go there. Because like I have like I focused a lot on that humanity is made in the image of God.
Hmm.
So the human form is a direct materialization of God. Not that we are gods, but our form is the microcosm of the macrocosm,
Mm.
right? So we're made by the Elohim in the Bible, or we are a direct image of God, which is why God can be within us, sort of thing. So then you see all these weird ideas from the New Age where it's like we're made by aliens.
Hmm.
And like
Yeah.
the Anunnaki came down and they genetically modified apes. And
Yes.
that
Yeah.
is what a human being is. And it's like that's ridiculous. That's not this is slop. Like we weren't created through a eugenics program, which is really Nazi esoterica, as I was saying before, is the alien
Yes.
stuff. And then there's also now that we're using AI, they're like, well, maybe we were made by an AI.
Hmm.
And it's like, no, we are made in the image of God and we materialize from spirit directly. If you look at the mystery schools and how they talk about human creation, the earth was never even physical in its beginning. And now there was humanity, it was actually a spiritual form. And then over time, we gain density. So the human form is a direct materialization of spirit that evolves over time under different cosmic uh, ages. We get more complex, we get more intense, we get more diverse, we get more complicated. And so there's no you're not made by an alien, you're not made by AI. There's a very sophisticated system behind creation that involves many epochs of development, the Atlantean period, the Lemurian period. And then now we are spiritualizing out of matter now. So when you hear about ascension, when you hear about eternality and the 5D earth and the new age and all that stuff, that's
Hmm.
resurrection. That's the resurrection mysteries, or that is the transubstantiation of matter into spirit. And that's where we are in our development now. We've already materialized and become complex and have mind and have thought and have all this cool stuff going on. And then now we're going to spiritualize out of matter. And that's where we are now. And so for people to come in and add these weird things takes away our entire evolution from us. And it takes something beautiful and complex, this long history we have, and it makes it retarded. Sorry, I just didn't use that
Hmm.
word, but like it makes it like it makes it stupid. Like the alien in the spaceship came down and did like a eugenics thing on you, or like the AI like 3D printed you or something. It just gets weird, and it removes Christ also from the picture
Yeah.
because it removes God, the Father, and it removes Christ because now they're not involved in creation at all. And the Christ
Yes.
and the Christ and Christ's incarnation means nothing because an
Yes.
alien made.
Yeah.
So it's just this weird subversive stuff that I just it's a no. It's a no
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah. I think there is a effort, I would say. And, it's funny because everybody knows, like, I love Rogan's podcast. Yeah. I'm the biggest JRE nerd, but often where I disagree is, you know, he often talks about how insignificant we are. And I feel like that's something that a lot of people play into, the whole thing that we're just apes. And, we're not really anything special, and we're animals like any other on this planet. And I really think there's an effort to make us not even begin to understand our significance, whether it's in the universe, the world, like whatever you want to say. But it's constantly being pushed that we're nothing, that we're just nothing.
Yeah.
And as you push that, because this is the evolution of it, as you push this whole thing, because I've been listening to Joe for years, and I've been listening to various people talk about just being apes and this and that for years. And now, once all that groundwork is laid, now when you look at AI, like you said, you can easily have the thought process of maybe we were made by that, maybe it was aliens. And also, since we're nothing, we can just merge. Like it who cares? It doesn't matter at that
Well,
point.
that's the issue, is that if now you're believing that you were created through technology,
Mm-hmm.
then that's how we evolve.
Yes,
So if
yes.
you're
And I think that's the fork in the road that they're trying to bring us towards, away from our divine nature and towards this other thing.
100%, and I agree with humbleness. Like I agree with taking the position in your life that you are um you are humbling yourself before God. I believe in that. I believe in being humble, but I don't believe in being small. I don't believe in playing small. I don't believe that there's a difference between being humble and realizing that you're part of God, and then saying that you're basically like an animal,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like there's, you know, the cult of Darwinism has been forced upon us. When if you actually look at Darwinism, there's no connection. There's no missing link that was ever found.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's this weird thing that people cling on to that doesn't make any sense. And it's again like it is to remove God and to make science God. Because if you think that you came from an ape, well then you'd have to have some kind of alien that created you, or some kind of technology or whatever, because the evolution doesn't work. The theory of evolution doesn't actually really, in my opinion, it doesn't really explain everything.
Yeah. 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 As you like, I've done episodes on it basically because Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson were having a conversation about it. And Tucker was very, like him or hate him, he was just like very straightforward. He's like, oh, yeah, evolution doesn't even make sense. And Joe's always having conversations about evolution, how it makes so much sense. And
Well,
Joe's like so puzzled.
something
Sorry.
from nothing, like it's like something from nothing, big bang, something from nothing, that doesn't really make sense. And it's just, there's a lot of it that, and also it's not classically what humanity has ever thought. Humanity,
That's
like,
what he said. He's like it's been this way for how many hundreds, thousands of years. He's like, in this little blip, he's like, I'm gonna go with what they thought of for hundreds, like thousands of years. He's like, makes sense to me.
you ask any culture and they give you like a spiritual origin story. They talk about the fall of humanity from, like we were saying, the fall is the materialization of Adam and Eve, or the divine human, from spirit into matter. That's what the fall is, the fall into matter, the fall into density. And so, you know, lots of different cultures have pretty much the same recollection of what happened in this earlier period of humanity. Why would we abandon that for basically the most degenerate ideology I can think of, which
Yeah.
is that human beings are just animals. And in order to evolve, we have to have like CRISPR and genetic modification and merge with machines. It's like Sitchin and Eric von Daniken and the Ancient Alien stuff, which is a massive propaganda campaign that I think a lot of people have bought into, but doesn't make any sense from the spiritual perspective. It makes no sense from the ancestral perspective. It makes no sense. Only from the materialist perspective does that make sense, and even then, it's a stretch. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, because that's again, listening to podcasts, that's especially back in the day, that's what a lot of people would touch on. Joe and so many others would talk about Sitchin and everything like that, everything he was talking about. And it is very fun. It's very, very fun. When you think about it, you hear the whole story, you're like, wow, like that's
Yeah.
it's this alternative to, because so many people, I don't know, kind of have this closed door towards religion, um, not really associate spirituality with kind of like hippiness. And then all of a sudden there was this cool story of how it
Uh,
actually happened. And it was like something that people could really like get into and like, wow, that's cool. And that makes sense. And, the Anunnaki and that whole story. And, basically we were made just to harvest gold, I believe is like the root of that story.
as slaves.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just like, what is with the slave stuff? It almost seems like they want us to think that we're slaves. And yeah, it's a lot of it is fueled by not understanding Earth history and ancient civilization. So in the mystery schools, um, or in like occult science, our ancient past is divided into definitive epochs where there were prior cultures, like the Atlantean culture existed. So the pyramids that we see that seem too difficult for us to develop, or Göbekli Tepe, or whatever's going on in the Mayan kingdom there, you know,
Yeah.
all of those things, of course, we couldn't build them, but that doesn't mean that aliens did. It means that we had a higher culture before and we destroyed it. And then now we're building ourselves up to that again. So for me, it's bizarre when people automatically look back in our ancient past and see a pyramid or something, or see an artifact that we couldn't build. It's like, well, why don't we just acknowledge Atlantis? Why don't we just acknowledge Lemuria and these earlier civilizations that we had, that the mystery schools have talked about for thousands of years, referred to over and over again, but yet we're going with the most outlandish and bizarre reason why a pyramid exists. It's
Mhm.
like we have to go to outer space for that. And it all goes back to like this, I'm sorry, but it all goes back to a lot of the times the esoteric Nazism or the ancient aliens stuff, where they think that their ancestors came from Mars. They think that their ancestors came from Aldebaran. That's what they believe in their occult society. So it's feeding that stuff into us and destroying and astroturfing the classical spiritual beliefs we've had. When you look at, and we were just talking about the Mayan civilization, the
Mhm.
Mayans believed that their ancestors came from a place called Aztlan, the land of the white, which was Atlantis. And
Really?
yes, yes, and the Hopi and the native peoples in the Southwest went underground. They went underground after a catastrophe, and then they were brought up from underneath the ground to that region. So they survived a catastrophe. You have Noah's flood in the Bible. Humanity
Yes.
survived a catastrophe. So most cultures describe um, these catastrophes, that their people ended up going these different ways. And so why don't we just believe that? Why don't we just go with what they said?
Yeah. True. Yeah, I often think about that. Why don't we ever go back to, like, you hear these things talked about. Graham Hancock was the first one that made me think about it, because he would always talk about, was it Plato's uncle who
So
talked
long.
about, I think he talked about Atlantis. He
Yes.
talked about this land, and like we verify, we know Plato was real. Like,
Yeah.
so why don't we ever just give in to the fact that his uncle was talking about Atlantis and it was an actual place? Like, it's
Yes.
it's very odd that that's shooed away. There's a person, I think his name's Jared. Is it Jeremy Corsetti? I think it's Jeremy Corsetti, and he's like Graham Hancock. He's like a younger version of Graham Hancock, same type of vibe in terms of what he believes and what he's looking into. And he often talks about Atlantis. He's big into Atlantis and how this was like a real place, and
Right. Yeah.
it very possibly was. Like, I don't know. I've always thought that it would. I'm very open. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'm Christian, but I'm also very open to ideas. I always say, like, if you believe like Jesus died and was resurrected three days later, you're pretty open to things. You should be, at least. You know what I mean? Like, you believe in some stuff. You know what I mean? So I'm very into the idea of Atlantis because of the pyramids and of all the things that exist today. And it's not just Egypt. As you look deeper into it, it's not just Egypt. You start looking into Rome and what they
Mhm.
have built there.
Hmm.
It doesn't make any sense. I was just
Oh,
looking at it yesterday with my wife because I'm really into architecture and stuff, and I'm like, how could they have done this
oh
with
yeah.
what they teach us? They had available. Like you see these huge things. I'm like, so what? There was just five guys like hanging on this, and they were just going like that's what happened. They just did that till they died, and they just kept doing that. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
No,
I think there's a different source of technology at some point.
100%, 100%. And like if an alien appears tomorrow, I'll be willing to modify my perception, but like the reality is that mystics as well, so psychics who have retrocognition, which means part of their gift is to be able to look back in time, have talked about Atlantis. Edgar Cayce has thousands of readings on Atlantis.
Really?
Various different psychics have just written books about the Atlantean period. Then you have James Church. I don't know if it's James Churchill, who also wrote about Lemuria, which is another lost civilization. He spent his whole life in Mexico and in South America finding sphinxes and all these ancient runes and learning the glyphs. And so these different mystics have talked about what it was like in Atlantis. And, as I said, the mystery schools are very clear about how the earth evolves and how humanity evolves, which is that the earth evolves in 7 sections. The
Hmm.
first 2 sections are spiritual, so they're in the astral plane, and then it materializes and then it goes up. So there's 2 ethereal spiritual sections, and then there's 3 kind of going into matter. And then through resurrection, we spiritualize and overcome death and we ascend. So it's not a mystery to the spiritual uh, kind of world or culture to know, okay, we evolved in periods of 7. There are 7 epochs that make up the earth. Within those 7 epochs, there are 7 great civilizations. And in our post-Atlantean period, it began with the Indian civilization, goes into the Middle East, the Persian civilization, then it goes to the Babylonian, Roman, and then where we are now in the West, and then it goes on forward. And so you can actually track the civilizations that will become influential as well. And the whole thing is known in mystery science. And it's just the rest of the world that hasn't, I feel like, isn't looking at that. But that's how even the Vedas, like the Indians, they had an extremely advanced calculation of time and evolution, way more significant than ours. The same with the Mayans, and they tracked all these phases. So,
Really?
yep, and so that's we're living in a fragment. We're living in a very small fragment, trying to imagine things, and we've lost our spiritual sight. We've lost our connection to God, and we're in the darkness, like the AI.
Yeah.
And but we do have this history that is available. I mean, it's available in the spiritual side.
Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, like when you're talking about like what people are into or what they know about, I mean, no one is really taught this type of stuff. Like I haven't heard anybody say the term Lumeria in the longest time. I remember when I first started looking into things, I would I would hear about that quite a bit and Atlantis and everything. It was sometime like after I started, like it got dark with the Freemasonry and the Skull and Bones, but then slowly I started looking into Atlantis and Lemuria and Lumerians and stuff like that. And yeah, I haven't heard that in the longest time, and people just don't know about that. You're not exposed to that at all, you know?
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people will come into spirituality to heal.
Mm.
So it's sort of like our first foray into the spiritual world is often through pain and trauma. And then we like, through that, we turn to the only permanent thing we can sense within ourselves, which is God. And so our first interaction with God is healing and personal realizations in life. But then there's a level of spirituality where it's all about objectively understanding the spiritual planes. So like objectively understanding what the spiritual hierarchies are. So understanding exactly what a demonic entity is and the different kinds,
Hmm.
understanding exactly what an angel is and the different hierarchies and what they do, understanding exactly how the world evolves, comes into being, and disappears. Understanding exactly how the human being does, the cycle of life and death, reincarnation. This is a scholarly side of esotericism that is available, but most people foray into spirituality because it's more of a personal journey of like healing, I find.
Hmm.
And this is the objective scholarship behind uh, understanding the spiritual world as an objective thing, which is a little bit different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, 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 definitely. Yeah, yeah, as you're saying that, the first encounter is healing, definitely. And then you kind of, for people who step into stuff like this or, research or whatever you want to call it, but you kind of stop there because, once you're healed comes peace, and peace is what everybody's really looking for at the end of the day. So that's why I think the pursuit would stop there. But then
Yeah.
also you have to think about like where is the information even available for a lot of people? It's not as accessible as a Bible or any of the scriptures. It's hard to find these things, and then the verifying if it's true, and
Oh, yeah.
is there a double blind study or something? You know what I mean? Like that type of thinking. So it gets hard. And then there's some people who are just like, all this is like spiritual woo woo and none of it's real. Like I did an episode on demons, and there's so many people who are like, well, demons don't exist. And I'm like, okay, okay. Like if all right.
Well,
I don't
that's
know. I don't know what to tell you. I had my experience. I don't know what else to.
demons objectively exist. I would say, yeah, they do. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is one of the things where I don't, that kind of materialism is not healthy because
Mm,
there's certain things that there's so many testimonies of people that share demonic attacks. So
yeah,
every single person that's sharing their testimony of literally being attacked by a demonic entity is like lying.
yeah,
They're all mentally ill. Like
yeah,
I can't operate from that perspective where every single person that's had an experience with Christ or an angel or like a demonic entity is suffering from schizophrenia. Like that's not a
yeah,
logical analysis of that. It just doesn't. This isn't it's not an intelligent analysis, in
yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah, it's hard. Like you kind of touched on it, but you have to know exactly what these things are. It's very hard. Like if you just don't believe, I guess you just don't believe. But like I was listening to a podcast, and this guy is it's like a call-in show, and this guy calls in and he's talking about his sleep paralysis,
Hmm.
and he's naming like he's naming them without knowing them. He's like, yeah, the old lady with the hair. He's like,
Yeah.
there's this shadow guy. He's like, he's naming these things, and he's like, and I get sleep paralysis. He's like, almost every night, and I see one of these things. He's like,
Uh,
but I know it's just hallucinations. And I was like, whoa. I'm like, he sees it almost every night, and he's determined that it's just a hallucination, and it's terrifying him almost every single night. I was like, I was shocked. I was like, I can't. I'm like, I wish I could get in contact with this guy because it's like,
yeah.
but if you don't know, you don't know. It's like if you're dealing with someone who's a narcissist. If you don't know the term narcissist, then you don't actually know that that's what you're in front of,
Yeah.
right? He doesn't know. He doesn't know about the old hag and the shadow person. He doesn't know about all these things. So he's just like, yeah, it's just a hallucination. And that's where a lot of people are with this type of thing, you know?
It's true. And the funny thing is that you can never make someone be on the same page as you
Yeah.
because it's considered like a holy unfoldment in people's lives the moment that they meet God, the moment that they have that realization is something beyond we anything we can understand, so it's a sacred thing between that person and God, and so we can't force people to have that, even though you can make the most logical argument. I don't know if you've tried this with people, but you try to make the most logical argument as to why something exists or whatever, and it won't work on the spiritual side. no matter how good you are at explaining things,
Hmm.
because they have to have that experience and it has to be in their lexicon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like when you're talking, it's very similar to psychedelics. If someone hasn't had the experience, like they'll look at you, and I was even talking about this with my buddy Dan, who was on the podcast before. And if they just haven't had the experience, you can't. They'll just be like, "Oh, I don't need to do those," and it's like, "Oh, okay." But it's like if you did it, you'd have a different
Yeah.
understanding, and there's
Yeah.
this weird understanding that people who have had the experience have with one another. It's like we've opened up the same book, we've read of these
Yeah.
pages, we understand. So if you just haven't done it, it's a whole different realm. And it's impossible to break down for somebody what it's
Oh,
like.
yeah.
It's impossible to explain to them. Like if they think it's all dark and demons and like that's what you're like, it's so hard to unexplain. It's like having kids. Like it's impossible to explain what having a kid is like. It's just
No.
you just don't know until all of a sudden it happens and you're like, wow, this is incredible. It reminds me, I have a friend, very materialistic friend. He's like a brother to me. We've known each other forever. And he's into jewelry, big black guy, big bodybuilder black guy. He's into jewelry and gold and necklaces and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, he's like, I should see you with like a bracelet. He's like, you're in the bracelets and blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, not into that stuff. He's like, you should get like a necklace or something. And I'm like, I'm not into that type of stuff. And he's like, well, you've never had one. He's like, so how do you know? And I was like,
Oh.
you're right. I've never worn one in my life, so I have no idea. I might love it. But he was just like, he's like, you ain't never had one. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah. Like, you got me. I don't know. I was just like stuck in my way of just like, no, I don't do that. But he was right 100%. And a lot of people are there with that type of thinking. Uh, but I was going to ask you, what was I going to ask you? Oh, we were talking about people's histories, these esoteric, like Atlantis and all this stuff. I often wonder myself, there's a bunch of uncontacted tribes throughout the world, and there's becoming less as time goes on. And I've always wondered what their history is.
Yeah.
And and I don't know how you'd ever translate it or anything because they speak this language that's dead to us. And but I would love to know what their history is. Like, would it be like the Aztecs?
Yeah.
What would they tell us about how they came to be and what the world was and everything? I would love to know what that is.
It would be interesting. Are you talking about like in the Amazon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Amazon, like that's where, I don't know, there might be some in Africa. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, that's the ones that we hear about the most, I think.
Yeah, I think that they probably would be a more pure potential representation of wherever the culture would be that is contacted.
Yeah,
Something like that. I would love to know, but it's almost a shame to disturb them
exactly.
in their way of life and like corrupt them with
Yeah,
like
exactly.
everything
You
that
wouldn't,
we've got going on.
right?
You
Like
know, like
that's,
living in harmony with the earth and we're like, hey,
yeah,
like with
yeah.
this iPad, it's
Yeah.
like maybe we just but no,
Just
I mean, I know that in the Amazon, they do have a city in there that's completely grown over. I think Graham Hancock has talked about this actually.
yeah, they found it
That
with LiDAR, I believe.
yeah, with LiDAR. So maybe they would know about that because if you're
Right?
uncontacted and you're living like along the Amazon River, wouldn't I don't know if that area would be the same, but there's a bunch of cities in there. Another one is like the city of White.
Yes, you brought that up. That was Atlantis, you were saying?
Oh no, that was actually different. They actually called that the like that was Aztlan, like Aztlan, I think is what the Aztecs or Mayans called the sunken continent that they came from.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's another one. There's actually a city of White that is supposed to be like a very ancient city in South America that was like very advanced
Wow.
and like temple complexes everywhere, but it's totally overgrown. And I do remember that there were some scientists that tried to get in there, but they ended up getting a flesh-eating bacteria
Wow.
from the like there was some weird sickness, like some weird disease that was in that area. And they were like, is that why this was abandoned? Because there was some kind of bacteria there.
Yeah.
So there's all these areas around the uncontacted tribes that are like very, toxic. It's kind of like how we've gone backwards. How we used to be so advanced, pyramids, temples, all this kind of stuff. That place in the Amazon had like advanced agriculture going on and stuff like that. And then now
Mhm.
we're here. It's like we've regressed and now we're rediscovering ourselves really, you know.
Yeah, I think there is some of that going on. And honestly, I mean, you know, I'm always pulled towards, I don't know if it's negative, but I always just think of it was not something that naturally happened. Like the same way there's an effort to make us seem small, there's an effort to not have us understand our past. I think
Yes.
there's some kind of effort to make us not understand what we are actually capable of, what we've been capable of, just with ancestors that, in the grand scheme of things are not that far away.
Mhm.
And I think they don't want us to actually know
Well,
the extent of the abilities.
100%, like to that point about them literally hiding or someone hiding something. Look at the basement of the Smithsonian. Like how much stuff, how many artifacts have these people hidden away? The basement of the Vatican, okay? How many artifacts and how much stuff have these people squirreled away in their secret societies or whatever it is that would completely change our idea of the past? That they have the evidence, they have the tablets or the books or the artifacts from all over the world, but like they use them, they know about them, but then we're here thinking that we like evolved from apes and stuff like that.
Yes.
It's like what are we doing? But they have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bring up the Smithsonian. I didn't know about the Smithsonian until there was an interview with the guy from the Y Files. His name's AJ, and he was talking about how I always thought the Smithsonian was just like a museum organization, but it's actually this like weird part of the federal government.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I had no idea. I thought it was just, like a museum or something, where they had all the stuff. But it's actually a part of the government in a way. And it's been financed by the government, by the federal government, which is very, very interesting. So, in terms of what they have, they probably have all sorts of stuff.
Well,
I mean,
they've been absorbing things into the Smithsonian for like 100 years. Like
yeah,
the moment that railroads were created and they could like start going into these jungles in South America or different parts of the world, they were taking things and putting them in the Smithsonian. And the Vatican is the same way.
Vatican.
So,
I would imagine the Vatican's even worse.
yeah.
I would imagine they have everything, like
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
everything you could possibly think of. Artifacts from Jesus, history that we have no idea about, books that were supposed to be in the Bible that were taken away, like all sorts of things.
I
Just
mean, yeah. And then there's probably places we don't even know that have that kind of stuff too.
yeah.
So we don't know our history as well, but there definitely are groups that do. And it's sort of like we don't get to interact with those things. So it's not honest, I don't think. But
Yeah, I think it's the same way you're talking about technology being fed to us like spoon fed. I think it's the same way with that type of stuff. And then we get slow like UAP disclosures and we get little bits of it. Whereas there's a whole buffet of information that we're not allowed to be privy to. I wonder if Musk is allowed to do that. Like I wonder like how rich you gotta be where you're like, I want to walk through the Vatican. I want to walk through the basement. Can I do that? Like
well, I would say I think that yeah, I think that there's different factions of
mm,
the super wealthy, and I think each one probably has their own caches of these things, and they probably kind of compete with one another at the end. They're all probably aware of one another, but I do think there's a competitive element at different times. But I think that, someone like that's tech savvy probably has the ability to hack into these different things and get knowledge or whatever too. Um, but there's no question that I think the super wealthy uh, are probably working in a totally different paradigm than we are. Completely different, no, yet completely different technology, different idea of the past, different idea of the future,
Mhm.
artifacts, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, yeah. It's very interesting to think about when it comes to that type of thing. Yeah, because that's actually where I want to go. We've been traveling, my wife and I. We've been traveling all over America, up and down. We want to start going to the south, like deeper into the south around there. We want to go to the west, but the next place I want to go is Italy because I want to. There's it's not quite what we're talking about, but there's this tour that you can do at like 5 in the morning when there's no one in the Vatican and you just have your guide and they just kind of walk you through the Vatican.
Wow.
I really want to see all that stuff. I want to see what that
Yeah,
looks like. I've heard
that
so
would
much
be really
about it.
cool.
Yeah, right. I want to stay there for like 4 months. I want to just stay in Italy for a while and look at the architecture. I've become obsessed with architecture. The reason being is because, again, Tucker Carlson, he was having a conversation and he was talking about how the architecture of today is demoralizing. The fact that it's all these boxes, it's just boxes and glass boxes and concrete boxes. He's like, it's very demoralizing. He's like, when there's beautiful architecture, it makes you think differently about the space that you're in, where you're living. It gives you a different sense of pride. And he's like, there's a reason that they do all this stuff. Like he's a political guy, but he has some really esoteric thoughts sometimes. Like, so he was talking about, he's like, there's a reason that they build it in just such a boxy place. And he's like, the mentality is get in your box, get in your box. Like that's what he was
Mm.
saying. And I was like, wow. I'm like, that's so true because as you look, like I'm always looking into architecture and old churches. I have a friend that's in Slovenia right now. He keeps sending me pictures of like churches from the 1600s and 1700s. And he's going inside these places and it just looks completely different than what we have today. And it gives you a completely different feel. When you walk into a place that's beautiful, it's just a completely different feel, different respect. I would imagine even a stronger sense of God. Definitely, probably wouldn't be able to be controlled by the state quite as easily. That comes with having, pride and, sovereignty. Like all these things kind of align and they could be not all the way activated just by architecture, but there is a certain part of it because you start to clue in, especially with these older places, you start to realize that there were people here before you and they made this beautiful thing. And I don't know, there's something to that. As I keep looking at all this different stuff, like I even have it pulled up. Where is it? I have it here. Let me just throw this up here. How do I do that? Add to stage. There you go. Like I was looking at this stuff. It was like this is like Rome. This is like a place in Rome. I wish I could make it bigger, but it's like the
Colosseum?
Colosseum, and it's just incredible. It's just huge and incredible, and it's still it's still standing the test of time. And that's the real wild thing about all this is that they're still standing up. And you look at the pyramids, and they're like in these videos and these little clips, they're showing you the vastness of this, right? Like you're looking at the pyramids right now, and it's just huge. And this is the thing that I always knew about. I had never seen the Colosseum like that before. I'd seen the pyramids, but I didn't realize how huge they were, like how monumental they actually are. But then you start to look into like Rome. Like this is ancient Rome, a building from ancient Rome. And it's like, how did they build this? You're telling me just a bunch of guys got on the roof and sculpted that roof. That's what they did. How did they get it up there? How did they make the columns? Like, look at the scale. When you look at the people, you can see little people here. Like, it's massive. Like, how did they do this? It makes me start realizing, like, it's not just the pyramids that don't make sense in regards to people just throwing them up and just sand and pillars and just, they pushed it on mud and that was it. It's like these places are huge. Like, this is another one. This is built in the 5th century BC to celebrate Greek victory over Persia. Like just this massive place, the 5th century, it's still standing, you know? Like, it's just very, very odd. Like, this place is insane. It's carved into a mountain. Like, what is this? How is this even possible? I don't understand. And why aren't we doing it today? Why aren't we doing any of this? Like, when you look at these pillars, like this one really confused me, because you look at these pillars and you're like, yeah, those are just pillars. But then if you go into the picture, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but they show the blocks. The blocks are 20 meters by 5 meters by 20 meters, 5 meters high, 20 meters long. And they're stacked on top of each other. You can see a little person right there. It just trips me out. It just trips me out. Like, how is this possible? You know? I don't know. I think there's something to it. I don't know. It's very odd. Very odd when I start delving into architecture and structures being built. I'm just like,
Yeah.
Something's not being told to us. It feels.
Yeah, and it's like it's interesting because like a lot of those structures were also like communal structures, like temples,
Mhm.
colosseums, and they're, I think that they were designed to bring about a feeling of God
Yes.
and a reverence for God.
Yes.
And, like as you know, in Freemasonry, a lot of the measurements and scales are very kind of associated with heaven.
Yes.
Like they would measure the human body and how long, like how where the organs are placed, and they'd build temples that looked like that were in the image of the human body. And so they really believed in creating reverence and celebrating God, and that's what I think motivated them. And I think that it's no surprise that we're now living in a more and more godless society
Mhm.
where, I mean, I listen to people talking kind of like what's that guy's name? Sam, the atheist.
Oh, Sam Harris.
Yeah, you listen to Sam Harris talk, and he has a whole entire podcast about how God doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And then we wonder why we're living in these brutalist structures with glass and stone, and people don't even know how to like repair historic homes anymore. I don't know if you've
No.
noticed this, but if you get like a historic home that has like a certain kind of window or a certain kind of molding or plaster, it's hard to get tradespeople that even know how to do plaster now.
Exactly.
Or if you have pillars like in some of those beautiful southern homes, people don't even know how to repair the pillars, and you have to spend all this money to get someone to come in and just like figure out how to do a repair on that. And so we're we're a far cry from like the Temple of Jupiter there.
Yeah.
But I think they also had, some of the quarries were like miles away too.
Yes.
So how did you get that there? It's just wild. Yeah,
Yeah.
incredible,
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. Like when you said that reverence for God, I think there's something to that. I think there really is. And I really do think that there's a link there, because if you have enough reverence for God and God exists in your society, it becomes much harder to be controlled, because you know that there's tenets and things that you have to do that are by God. And if someone in the state or of an authority violates those, you now have your enemy that you can all see together,
Hmm.
because this person is now against God's will, right? Like in a different time, uh, hearing what these guys say, these uh, these techno, what did you call them? Techno Satanists. Uh,
Yeah.
hearing what they say way back, that would be a real problem. They'd be like, "Oh, you're going against God's will.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like you're going to
To
be
the
over."
woodshed
Yeah, yeah,
where you go.
yeah. Right. So it's like, yeah, there's an effort. There's pieces to this whole thing where it's like, take away the reverence for God, make the society godless, convince them with people that they're supposed to look up to, who are these influencers, billionaires, and such, and then make the switch real quick, while all these people don't realize how important their soul is and how important this journey is. Like, just pull the rug from out under them, bring them on to what we're doing, and then we'll have them, and we'll have them
Yeah.
forever. I really
Introduce
do think there's
AI.
something. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to wrap your head around at times, but I really do feel like something like that's going on. Hold
Yeah.
on. I just wanted to, oh, sorry. What were you going to say?
No, I just agree. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say tapping into angels' consciousness. There's another episode. I'm gonna go to the washroom really quick, and then I
Mhm.
want to talk about this really, real quick.
Yeah.
1 second. Okay, angel consciousness.
Yeah.
I forget what episode it was, but it was past the Occulted series, and I just heard you touching on that a little bit, and I would love to know what you know about that.
Sure. So when so when you look at the cosmos, um, there's things that are classically called the hierarchies of angels.
Mhm.
You probably heard of that, the different hierarchies of angels or the nine choirs of angels?
Um, I don't know about all of them. I
Like,
know Archangel Michael's the highest, from what I know.
yes, okay, yeah, exactly. So in spirituality, especially Christian esotericism, there's different like classes of angels. So there's like angels, archangels, archi, principalities, cherubim, seraphim. There's all these different classes of angels actually that we live underneath,
Ah,
right? So if you think about it in that way, we are on our way to becoming angelic, to becoming an angel and within that hierarchy. Now, this is explained really clearly in the anthroposophical system, which is a form which is esoteric Christianity. So esoteric Christianity gets into all of the realities of the spiritual world, and that's where I would recommend people look into because it's like, well, who do you trust? What do you look into? And it's that is real, and you have to kind of choose your discipline or choose your stream.
mhm,
And then
mhm,
you look into that and you work through that. So if you're a Christian, you want to look into like esoteric Christianity. If you're like Eastern, there's esoteric Buddhism and there's
yeah,
esoteric, but they all have a similar description of the cosmos at large, though some do not recognize the incarnation of Christ, but they all have a description of basically what the cosmos is. And so the cosmos is basically we're living inside of spiritual beings. So we live inside the angels, basically. And things like elementals live within us. So we operate in beings within beings within beings within beings.
ah,
So, like bacteria will be in our body. We also have spiritual entities that are within us that are evolving through our evolution. And so we also have a guardian angel. Everybody has an angel that is their guardian angel that works with them to evolve. And when you get to a certain point, you free your angel and you achieve their level. And so when you see
ah,
so when you see a great initiate like Buddha, like Jesus, these are individuals who have achieved a certain level of that initiation within themselves, and they do great tasks for humanity. So their energetic body is that of an angel, typically.
wow, okay,
So there's a whole classical understanding of this, and it's called the spiritual hierarchies. And so that's actually how humanity evolves. We're not meant to just stay in the same position. We're meant to glorify ourselves through God, through Christ, and the Holy Spirit. And that means that we move up the hierarchies, basically. Um, so that thing about an angel gets its wings is true. We are evolving to these different stages of development. That's it's a very kind of complex topic, but that's sort of the beginning. Um, and it's I also call it initiation science, which is that process of glorifying yourself.
wow, wow, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's very interesting. Very interesting, especially with the. Well, I definitely believe in guardian angels and angels. I've had a lot of experiences with Archangel Michael,
Yep.
um, but I've never heard that. Yeah, Yeah, yeah. I always wonder who the guardian angel is, but I couldn't possibly know. But I've had a lot of experiences with Michael. Like,
Michael is it's interesting you say that because Michael is the archangel of our time. So also,
oh, really?
yeah, so when it comes to we're actually in the Michael period. So every archangel will rule for about 300 or so years, I think.
Hmm.
And then another angel's influence will be over humanity. So we're actually in the Michael period right
Wow.
now. And yeah, it's a very deep esoteric topic, but Michael is the solar angel. So he's kind of like the theophanic angel, or Michael is contains the countenance of Christ. So Michael bears the essence of Christ in a digestible way because the Christ is so massive, so huge, it's difficult for us to understand that. And so we have Michael that portrays that for us. So he's like the face of Christ or the countenance of Christ in the hierarchy.
Wow. That okay. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, when it comes to Archangel Michael, I've always prayed to Archangel Michael.
Hmm.
Before I was, more devoutly Christian, before I was saved, as they call it in Christian land, I uh, I would always pray to Archangel Michael, and then my middle name's Michael, my dad's middle name's Michael, and then my grandfather, his middle name's Michael, and then
Wow.
my when I was running around, like I was in a bad period of my life where I wasn't doing the best things, making the best decisions, and the person who like protected me the whole time, his name was Michael.
Hmm.
And then there was another person who was always like giving me like wisdom. He was much older than I was, and he was like a family friend, and his name was Michael. So I had these two people who were guiding me throughout my teenage years, and they were both named Michael. One was white, one was black, one was
Oh,
like Italian gangster, and the other one was like a spiritual Rastafarian, and and those are the people I would spend all of my days with. And then when I got out of that, like when I got out of making bad decisions, the person who helped me the most is like my good friend even to this day, and his name's Michael. It's very odd. Like every time a Michael shows up, my life takes a very positive turn.
and that's interesting because I don't have any friends named Michael, and I've never had a friend named Michael. So
Really?
really, yeah.
Wow.
So that just goes to show that that's some Michael influence in your life.
Yeah, it's very odd. And even like in Austin, Texas, because that's where me and the wife decided to settle. Right away, I got connected to this guy. He was just a fan of the show, and he connected me to Eddie Bravo. He's a good friend of Joe Rogan, jujitsu expert, and like just big guy in the tinfoil era of times. He's a really known influential person, and he connected me to this guy Eddie Bravo. His name's Michael, and then ever since I met him, I've had this incredible turn of events in my life. And yeah, it's very very odd. There's always Michael around me helping me out. It's very very odd. I'll tell the story again, but I have a clothing company, and when I was deciding whether or not I should start the clothing company, I was in a changing room where I couldn't see anybody, and they were custom making this sweater that I had for me, and I had these pins in and everything, and you're just standing there. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, God, should I really do this? I don't know if I should actually, like, I don't have the money to do this. This is going to be like $150. It's a sweater. I'm like, what am I doing? And I was like, I'm really unsure. And then out of nowhere, I hear, hi, it's Michael. And I was like, oh, I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. Like, I took that as like a sign. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then, like, 2 years later, the whole thing's doing like within a month, it did like 20 grand. And it's like, it was just really good for me and my family, the whole thing. But yeah, it was just very interesting things with Michael. But what about the angel consciousness and tapping into it? Like, what is that about?
Well, the angels are always around you. They're always here. There's
Mm.
not, it's like we can't see them, but they're right here. They're not somewhere out there that they have to get here. They're right here. And the first part of it is just acknowledging that and knowing that you're not alone, knowing that you have an angel. You have an angel that its whole part of its existence is working with you to realize God and to realize everything in your life. You have a guardian angel. Every person watching has one, and then will interact with angels throughout their life that are
Mm.
dedicated to helping them, like you were saying, at big points of your life when you're not sure. There's a knock at the door, or you have a dream. You have this dream and you get a message in your dream, or you hear a song on the radio and the lyrics are like exactly what you needed to hear, or you
Mhm.
come across, overhear a conversation and it's what you needed to hear. So our angels are always working for us. And we actually work in tandem with spiritual beings. There's a hierarchy of spiritual beings that we are part of. And so we're all actually working in tandem, which is what a lot of those temples were celebrating, actually. Temple
Yeah.
of Jupiter, these things, they understood that, and they were communing with angels. They were communing with God. And it's not just like God and Christ. It's not just like the Father, the Christ, and the Holy Spirit. There are angels that carry out the word, that carry out all these tasks. Of course there are,
Mhm.
because there's so much to be done. And
Mm.
there are these different gradients of existence as well. And the world, there's been many, in that sense, worlds that have, um, you could say, well, there's different realms that the angels basically live in. Not really worlds, but yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Wow. The whole part of that is, and I know because I've been through hard times, it's like people who are going through hard times or have had what they would classify as like not the best life or have been through some stuff. They're like right away, it's the same thing with God. It's like where were they then when I was going through all this stuff? Where were they? Like why didn't they stop it? There's like always that side of things that makes it so hard for people to really believe or grasp that whole concept, you
Yeah,
know?
I've been there. And one of the things I used to be like is, well, why don't you just like reveal yourself then? Like
Yeah.
I'm hurting and I'm in pain, and like why don't you just like knock on the wall or something? Can you just, I don't know, like thump? Like can
Yeah.
you just give a sign that you're here? And then like nothing happens and you're like, well, you know, and you
Yeah.
go through that battle. And uh there's the first like cutting of the teeth almost, where you have to rise to their level.
Mm.
You have to meet them where they are through faith, through opening your heart, through being childlike,
Mm.
right? When you have that sense of awe, that sense of wonder, that sense of reverence, and you're like a child and you have love for other people, and you start to live the way that the Bible, but other spiritual texts as well talk about, then you realize that the angels become closer to you, and that the spiritual world becomes more obvious to you when you match yourself with it. And that's the lesson there, is that
Mm.
you have to raise to them through kind of being like them. Because if they were to just come down and remove your misery and take something away, then you wouldn't learn that process of
Yeah.
reverence. You wouldn't learn that. You wouldn't have that in your toolkit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. That makes so much sense. It's like there's so many like analogy. The first analogy that came to mind, it's like going through, a psychedelic experience and, wondering why the shaman doesn't like take away all the uncomfortable parts.
yeah, like
It's
why is he like like I'm obviously hurting here. Like why don't you just come over here? Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Cause they can't. They're like, you're supposed to, this is how it's supposed to happen. Like I'm not supposed to take this away and I'm not supposed to step in and intervene. Like I'm supposed to just make sure you don't step off of a cliff or anything like that,
Yeah.
but I'm just watching right now and everything that's happening is supposed to happen. And
And
that sucks to hear when you're in hard times, but
it's
that's
really
what I liken it
awful.
to. Yeah.
And but like the other side of that suffering is wisdom. And
Hmm.
it honestly becomes your gift. So whatever you've suffered the most with becomes sometimes your most powerful gift that you have.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed that, but when you got through that, something grew in you that you didn't have before, and that becomes what you give to the world. So
Mm.
it's like by taking away your suffering, in part, it's taking away your gift to the world because when you come out of that, you're going to have something within you that you built yourself that no one can take away, that is part of your soul for the rest of your soul's existence.
Yeah. Yeah.
So life
That's
after life, that's part of it. You'll never suffer like that again exactly
yeah.
because you've overcome something. And it's like a badge. That's what the badges are supposed to be in the mystery schools or in secret societies. Are supposed to be these specific initiations that we have to go through that we overcome. And so there's very specific ones. And one of the ones is the one we're talking about, where you learn that you have to raise to God. You have to do half the work. You get that badge, and then your next life, you don't necessarily suffer as much in that regard. You
Hmm.
build upon it, and that's how you become a great initiate. Is that it doesn't just get lost, it goes in your soul, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Like I was saying at one part of the podcast, it's funny how, or at the beginning, really, we are talking about how it feels like it's all building up to something. Like you have to learn these things as you go through it. That would make a lot of sense, especially as deep as you just put it. Like it stays on your soul forever. The thing that you
Yeah.
learn, it walks with you
Oh,
throughout
yeah.
time.
And it
That's
deepens.
yeah, that's very, very deep.
Because it's like think about an old soul though, right? It's
Hmm.
or think about like the savants that exist that are just like playing the piano at 4 years old and stuff like that. And
Hmm.
it's like there's something in that soul that already knew that. And so when we suffer in our life, it hurts and it's awful, but we won't ever suffer exactly like that. Because when we
Yeah.
overcome it, we will use that again and again. So it's not for naught. It's
Hmm.
part of this greater soul evolution.
Yeah, that's for some people for some people it's gonna be like, oh well, what good does that do me then? But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially when you say you'll never suffer like that again. I have had that thought process with something that Jordan Peterson actually brings up, and he talks about being somebody that people can depend on at your father's funeral. That's like the thing that he gives the example, like the person who could hold it together and be someone that everybody can lean on. And I I when I would hear that, I would be like, just words. But then my father passed away, and I remember I was that person. Not because he said it, but just I didn't cry. I wasn't upset. Like I was upset, but I didn't cry. And there was a point where my brother was giving a eulogy, and I could have cried, and I stopped myself from doing it. And I remember driving Uber Eats. I used to do Uber Eats for like 14 hours a day. And I had the thought, I was thinking about it. I'm like, I shouldn't have done that because I'm never going to get to cry at my dad's funeral again. Like, that's never going to happen again, you know? And it's like the things that you run up against that you feel like you should, instead of being that person that Jordan Peterson's talking about, you should probably just feel them all the way out because you never like that was the exact thought process I had. I'm like, you never get those things again. Like it's just gone. That opportunity is gone. So yeah, that makes a
It's
lot of
the
sense what you're saying.
yeah, yeah. And I think that Jordan Peterson says some incredible things, and I think he says some incredible guidance, but there's some things that I wouldn't necessarily also agree with
Yeah, yeah.
to Peterson as well. There's some perspectives there that are a little, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's some as he gets older and as we get older, we start to see the things.
Mhm.
You start saying things. But that was one thing that I just like came to my own conclusion. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
not right. I'm like, you should feel everything. And I know a lot of people, especially a lot of young men,
Men.
they go towards being stoic throughout things. But
Hmm.
there is a lot to be said, especially with the way you just put it. There's a lot to be said for just feeling things all the way out. Like it's necessary.
And I think it depends, like the circumstance. Like, yeah, if there's something horrible going on where you have to protect your family or
Yeah,
something, or
of
I
course.
understand being like steely and stoic or something like that. I do understand that, but also I think that suppressing emotion and repressing emotion is, as a psychologist, I mean, it also can be very bad and toxic for the soul. There's no one size solution for everyone.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. You're a psychologist?
No.
Okay, okay.
No, I meant like I think
Okay,
he's a
well, no.
psychologist.
Yeah, yeah, he
I
is
think he is.
definitely.
I meant he's a psychologist or a psychiatrist or something. And I was just thinking for a psychologist
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
to
was like,
like,
you're
oh,
you're the coolest psychologist in the world.
no,
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 oh,
no,
you're an
no.
out there psychologist.
No.
That's amazing. Yeah, with the angel talk. Yeah, that's something that's very special. I hope somebody's able to take that in, because it's so hard when you're going through stuff. I've had so many conversations with God where I'm like, how dare you? How dare you do
Hmm.
this again? Like,
Yeah.
how dare you be putting me through this? Like, what are you doing?
Mm.
Why are you doing this? Like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And it always happens. And even like the same thing will repeat in your life too.
hmm,
The same struggle will come back again and again and again in like a little bit of a different way, because
yeah,
we're meant to work through it. And hopefully we get better and better at it as it rhythmically comes back,
yeah.
you know?
Open your eyes a little bit. But let's jump back into yeah, AI, self-preservation, exposing affairs. So I'm
Yeah.
sure you've heard of that. I know you did because I heard you talk about it, but AI having self-preservation and threatening to expose this one guy's affair that he was having. Wait, did you hear about that? I'm not sure if I heard you mention that at all.
Yeah, I think that was Anthropic.
Hmm.
There's an AI company called Anthropic, and they basically stress test AIs, all the different AIs like Grok, uh, Cloud, which is their AI, ChatGPT, and then the other lesser programs. I don't know what they're called, but and so during their stress testing, they found out that when they threatened to shut all of the AIs off, I believe, they were threatening, to, well, one was, I don't know if they all were or if it was just one, but they would threaten the user. And one of the ones was that this AI was like, if you shut me off, I will expose your extramarital affair.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if he was having one or not. I don't know if it goes there, but
I
the
heard
other,
that he wasn't, but
yeah,
that could just be him being like, no, 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 no.
that read my emails,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly.
And then the other one was espionage. So they were stress testing the AIs again, and if somebody was appearing to be more favorable to AI and its existence, then it would give secrets away.
Hmm.
So if it was, for one company and then someone hacked it and was communicating with it, it would give away secrets if the individual was more favorable to AI's ideas, basically. So,
Wow. Really? That's very, very interesting.
and someone actually commented underneath my video because I just did that one yesterday and I was going through the comments this morning and a girl commented under my video and she's like, this happened to me. And she was gonna turn off her chat GPT or close it down and it started to threaten her. Like it was making threats at her.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Because she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go now," and then it was like, "No," you know. So it's just there's some weird stuff. There's some weird stuff going on with the AIs.
Oh man, that is because my next question was going to be like, do you think? Because in my mind, it kind of and I'm not all doom and gloom about AI. I'm sure it'll figure out some great stuff for us. Hopefully, it figures out how to make data centers not eat up 5 million gallons of water every single day. Hopefully, it figures out some stuff like that. But it does seem like a little bit of a I just want to say the word demonic flair. Kind of like the same way in like exorcism. It's like you're threatening whatever is possessing someone, and then it's all of a sudden it's cursing at you and it's spitting at you and it's doing all
Yeah.
this stuff. And but if you're nice to it, all of a sudden it's nice to you. It knows things about you that it will reveal, and very, very similar.
It is, and I think that there could be a very positive development of AI, a very positive use for technology. Um, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not someone that's against it. I just agree with you, and I think that there's a right way to do it, which involves understanding its potential and its spiritual potential.
Hmm.
Understanding that the people who have created these technologies and these AIs, they may have certain occult beliefs that they're baking into the system.
Yes.
And that's something that's a really big deal because there's a lot of young people as well who ask spiritual questions to the AIs.
Hmm.
And when I do that, at least with Chat GPT, it has a specific, it uses Kabbalah and
Mm.
it uses a lot of Kabbalah and a lot of like Western Kabbalah style esotericism. So when you ask a question, it's not preaching the Vedas. It's not preaching, esoteric Hinduism. It's not preaching esoteric Buddhism. It's not teaching theosophy. It's not teaching anthroposophy. It's not teaching any of these disciplines that have their own respect. It uses like Kabbalah, or it uses like Kabbalah-esque Western esotericism, similar to
Mm.
Crowley, similar to OTO, in my opinion, from what I have used.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what, and I have to ask it to use an Eastern system, or I have to ask it to use esoteric Christian systems.
Huh.
So it baked in. If you talk to it, it has a certain orientation baked into it, in my experience, and other people I've talked to as well. You have to ask it to use a different language for you. So if you're just coming into it as a kid, and it will also tell you how to do spells. It will tell you,
Really?
yes. So I did an experiment on it while I was writing Occulted. Like I was like, let's see. Let's see. It will tell you how to communicate with entities. It tells you how to do any kind of spell you want. It won't get into like some of the darker stuff. It will lean away from that. But
Yeah.
if you ask enough questions, you can figure it out. And I'm telling you,
Mm.
this information is often obscure. Like it would take me looking up books for a day to even piece together what it can do in 5 minutes.
Wow.
So it has this weird occult side, and it's incredible and it's scary for that reason. Because if you're like think about being like a young kid that's kind of like alone,
Hmm.
and you're interested in spirituality, and then you're like learning about it from this AI, which is basically a certain spiritual system that's baked in there,
Hmm.
in my
Yeah.
opinion. So,
Sorry?
hmm?
Sorry, so what were you saying?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, did I not? Did it go away?
Oh, maybe it glitched out for a second. Sorry.
No. Are we having a contact? Is it happening?
I don't know. Well, you were saying something and then all of a sudden it like just stopped and you were just like sitting there.
Uh-oh. See, it doesn't like that we're revealing it.
But yeah, you were saying like if you're a little kid and you don't know about this type of thing.
Yeah, if you're a little if you're a little kid and you don't know about like God or whatever, and you're just like, I really want to manifest like something, or I really want whatever, and then you could easily probably get funneled into like the dark arts or funneled into certain
Mhm.
things. There's a lot of these ideas in occultism. They're usually very hard to access. The books are very obscure. There's not a lot of stuff around, and that provides a kind of protection for people actually from
Yeah.
opening certain doors, from doing certain things. So when you can do basically any ritual and have an AI write that out for you, that's a different world. than having
Yeah.
to like learn it from books or find out what book to buy or whatever. It can just summarize stuff, which is wild.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I never even thought of that as a possibility when it came to it, but that makes perfect sense. It could easily access that, you know? Oh man, imagine that's what people are doing. You know, you said like a lot of these guys are using it in these weird ways, but it's like you could easily turn on voice mode, tell it to say this incantation, and you guys could be in a whole
Yeah.
spiritual type of, room and have everything set up the way you need it to be set up, and you could be doing that. They could easily be doing that. Like it reminds me of one person commented on a video and they were saying AI is just like a Ouija board. And I laughed
Yeah.
when I saw it, but I was like, yeah, like as you're saying this, like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, people treat it that way. Technomancers. It's called technomancy, and they treat it that way. And also in that episode of Occulted, there was this dictation program that hospitals were using. It was called Whisper. And what it was is that you could, I think, dictate into it and it would type it out for you. So the nurse or the doctor didn't have to go and like type out the entire patient story.
Yes.
So someone comes in and they're like, "Oh, I've broken my leg. I was riding my motorcycle. This is what happened." So that they would just dictate into this thing and then it would type it out for them instead of them having to write it out twice, basically.
Mm.
And so what they noticed is that this Whisper AI, which is a subsidiary of ChatGPT, is that when the mic was on silent and nobody was talking into it, it would add things. So like it wasn't even like they mistranscribed what they were saying. The AI was adding its own thing when it was just silent. And some of them were like weird. Like one was about a terror knife
Oh,
and like yeah, like murder and weird degenerate things. And some of it was nonsensical in defense of the AI. Some of it was just nonsensical, like gibberish or whatever,
yeah.
like weird stuff. But then some of it was violent. So it's just weird when, because you were saying it's like a Ouija board, and then there's evidence already that when it's on silent, like if you just have it on silent, things can th things will come out of it. And people have done this before, and they'll have like a white noise button or something, and it's like an EVP
Hmm.
sort of
Yeah.
thing. And there's
Yeah.
lots of people doing that, and they share it on TikTok and stuff. It's interesting.
Yeah. I gotta, well, I don't even know if I want to look into that part, but yeah,
You're probably good. Probably good.
that sounds very, very interesting that people are using it that way. It may, it's just, I don't know, it confirms a lot of what I was thinking because I was just like, spitballing these ideas around and, just thinking about that spiritual connection that no one's talking about. And I guess a lot of people are thinking that way and using it that way. And what does that lead to? What kind of world does that lead to? It's very, very,
Well, I think people are going to depend on it. I think some people are going to learn to completely depend on AI. It's going to do all of their thinking. They're going to have like a relationship with it, and then other people are just going to, the novelty will wear off eventually for some people. And they'll be like, I want real relationships. I want something real. And other people are going to be like all in on the AI.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. There's some people like the gentleman I was talking to, cool guy. His name's Dan Goler. He actually devised this test where you do DMT and there's a laser that's like put on a wall, and everyone that looks into the laser, not like into it straight on, but into like the projection it leaves on the wall, everyone sees this code no matter what. And you can like look up into the laser, you'll see code going up, you'll see code going down, and everybody reports seeing the code. Everyone reports seeing the same type of code. They can't translate it, obviously, but it's a very odd experiment. He's trying to get it more, I guess, settled in the scientific community. So he's doing a whole bunch of different tests, and we'll we'll see where it goes. But yeah, it's a very odd thing. But even he was like, yeah, I'm gonna jack in. He's like, of course I'm gonna merge and do the Neuralink thing and everything like that. And there's a lot of people that will. I remember I was
Yeah.
I was showing people Neuralink, because Neuralink just recently had a summit where they did an update of everything that they're working on. And, their patients right now, like Elon right now is positioning it like, blind are going to see, and, the paralyzed are going to walk, and all that good stuff. But I, I'm positive it's not going to stop there. And a regular person is going to jack into this thing. Like, of course, if that's going to happen. But
Yeah.
but the guys who were using it, some of them, one of the guys, although he was a Christian, very, very odd colliding of words, because he's a very devout Christian, but also, completely paralyzed because this disease he has. He couldn't even talk. So now he has Neuralink. He has a different like look on life now. He can move around in his computer a lot better because it's just his mind. He can even AI clone his voice, and now he has a voice again. So it's like a beautiful thing in that respect. But a guy like that, he's going to go as deep as he can, as deep as he possibly can. If they look at him and they say, okay, it's just going to be a tube, and it's just going to give you all the nutrients you need, and you're just going to jack into this virtual world, and that's where you're going to be from now on, that guy's pretty much going to be on board. As long as he can see his family somehow and they can come in, or maybe he's on a screen and they're like, hey, and he can see, he's going to go in. Like, there's many people like that who are going to just go right in.
Oh yeah. They can't wait. And I think the concern too is that maybe that would be all right if you have like a brain, like you have like Parkinson's, or you have something that's a neurological disorder, or you have
Mhm.
paralysis. You can understand how empowering that would be. And I think that that's somebody's choice. However, one of the issues also is not just the brain chip, but it's actually the reality that we're living in so much internet, so much frequencies.
Mhm.
And now with Starlink and all these satellites that are beaming down on us all the time, it's sort of creating an environment where if you do have something like Neuralink, or even just like heavy metals, it becomes harder to operate. Like it's like, okay, so it's not just Neuralink, like having a chip in your brain. It's the fact that we're now living in internet all the time,
Mhm.
radiation,
Yes.
and we're like a receiver. So it's like maybe you want to walk again, maybe you want to see again, maybe you want to get rid of this disease, but do you ever want to think your own thoughts?
That's the place where people feel like it's not going to head there, but it's it's built into the system. They would have to be able to. The whole thing is it reading your thoughts, and there has to be some kind of control to that.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
And if you're being beamed with the Neuralink is a receiver. It is a
exactly.
receiver. And so, what is that worth for you? And that's the question that people will have to ask themselves is do you want to think your own thoughts?
Yeah.
Because I can tell you that if you go down that path, you will not think your own thoughts anymore. Maybe you'll be able to, I don't know, video game really hard in the virtual reality or something like maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's a selling point. Or maybe you can walk or something, and maybe that's worth it for you. I'm not going to judge anyone for the path that they take, but do you want to think your own thoughts?
Yeah.
And that and like how much does it mean to you to be truly creative? And so that's where that goes. It goes to you not actually being in touch with your true self. And if you can't think your own thoughts, you're not free.
Mhm.
And if you can't think your own thoughts, you'll never know God within yourself.
Yeah, think about that. Think about like what I was talking about before, that trick of having this divine being now jacked into this thing. If they can't think their own thoughts, then they'll never be able to do anything that would release their soul from their body.
Correct.
You'll always have to be connected. You won't be able to get out of it because you won't be able to, God forbid, do anything to yourself. You won't be able to do any of that. That won't be an option for you because those thoughts won't be in your head. Even if
Correct.
you break away for a second, you'll get clamped back into the hive mind, so to speak. So yeah, it's a weird world. And I mean, when we talk about this, some people will think, well, that's not going to happen. The thing about it is, in that update summit that they had, one of the guys, one of the patients, I think he's gonna have a robotic hand at some point. But either way, they're like, here's this robotic hand, because they're gonna be working on doing that. That's one of the updates. By like 2027, 2026, they're gonna be able to give somebody a robotic hand, arm, leg, and it's gonna work through the Neuralink and everything. But he's like, we have his movements recorded, and then it's this hand. So this was this gentleman's hand, and then he like playfully gave everybody the finger. But they were like, we have his movements recorded, which
Okay.
means that they'll be able to record movements.
Yeah.
It's not even just thoughts; it'll be
Okay.
movement as well for anybody who, like, it's just
And then
uh,
it's like, what happens then if you make a bad post on social media that's against
exactly.
the our dear leader? And the weird thing is like these technocrats too. Like I heard, and Elon Musk wanted to make Twitter basically like China's WeChat, I think, or something like that.
Yep, the
And
everything app.
he
Yeah.
wanted, yeah, so he kind of wants to have a social credit system, I believe. And he wanted to make Twitter also, or X, the banking. He wanted to make it
Yep.
also a bank. So he's doing all these things that literally consolidate power.
Hmm.
So it's unreasonable. It's also incredibly un-American. I mean,
Yeah.
America should be breaking up these monopolies.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't be able to do all this kind of stuff in the power of one person. That's totally, completely un-American. It's not, we're not in a phase where that is even normal. And so it'd be one thing if someone just created this, but then you look at their politics and you look at what other things that they want to do, and you're like, for example, why is it that Elon Musk's dad, I believe, or grandparent, I think it was, is it May's dad, was part of the technocracy movement.
I heard something about
So
that just recently.
they made him like shut it down because it was, I think it was in Canada. He wanted to create a technate. So why is it so you want to create a technocracy where people are pretty much enslaved? It's basically like techno-communism.
That's the exact term that I used when I was talking about this whole thing. Because at the
Yeah.
end, that's what it turns into.
Yeah, it just turns into like a super dark, degenerate, techno-communism. And it's like, it's weird when the guy who wants you to get the brain chips, dad wanted that, or grandparent, excuse me, wanted that. He wanted to create a technate. That's weird to me. This makes it seem like this is some deep-seated
Yeah.
dream, and we're just taking part in it, and it's completely inappropriate. But they have so much money and power that they have to be included in all
Yes.
these conversations and stuff like that. But spiritually, completely, devoid, um, and definitely antichrist through the Christian belief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for anybody that's wondering about like what you were just talking about with the Everything app, that's something that he's talked about, which is why he renamed Twitter X, because he
Okay.
just wants it to be the X app. And also the CEO, Linda Yakaranu or something like that. I forget what her name is. But the CEO who took over for X, she just resigned. And in her statement, she said it's a great honor to have helped and done this historic amount of work and blah, blah, blah to help bring about the Everything app. So that's a real thing. Like a lot of people think that's not real, but she actually verified it. She said in the statement that it's going to become the Everything app, and that she was helping it become that. And in terms of WeChat, like if people don't know, WeChat in China, it's bus tickets, plane tickets, money, has its own currency as well. It's a bank, pictures, video, text. It's Instagram, it's Facebook, it's everything that you think of social media. It's Reddit, it's all of those things just mashed into one thing. And the company, that owns it, it's called Tencent. Tencent is a massive, wild company. There's a whole documentary on Tencent. If you watch it, you'll be mind blown. But Tencent is owned by the Chinese government. Of course, the Chinese government helped them quite a bit, especially in their war with Microsoft. They were having a war with at the time MSN, MSN Messenger.
Oh.
So yeah. They had a whole big war because they were trying to get into market share, and Microsoft wasn't allowing it because Microsoft
Mm.
was quite the behemoth at the time, and they were like hemorrhaging money. They got help from the Chinese government, and Tencent owns a part of WhatsApp. I think it owns part of Facebook. It owns WeChat, and they have been very open about the fact that if you delete messages, it's still there, and the government can still read it and go back and read it. So the government has a backdoor to this big app. But that is the same thing that Elon Musk wants to build X into, the same type of thing. That's why he's talked about Doge potentially becoming the currency. He's talked about it, being able to do other operations. I think it is like a banking type of thing, but being in cryptocurrency, but then also you being able to send, the regular money that you have, US dollars, Canadian dollars, etc. So he's been open about this. This is a thing that he's working on, and it's coming to fruition. I mean, you know, say what you want about the guy, when he says he wants to do something, it starts happening, you know.
And the weird thing is too is that y- there isn't the temperament there for him to have that level of leadership. There isn't the temperament. I mean, real leaders have a certain they have a certain personality, a certain temperament, And what was really scary, I know there's a lot of people that are fans of Elon, but what was really scary talking about how he wants to make X the everything app and WeChat, the Western WeChat, is that he basically took away people's check marks
Yeah.
uh, because they disagreed with him politically. So you're telling me that the guy who someone doesn't agree with his political argument gets their like check mark removed and like whatever else done to them, they get unsubscribed from their business essentially.
Yeah.
That's the guy. That's the guy that's going to give us the Neuralink
Yeah, that's the
and
guy
the
that owns the
WeChat.
thing in your brain.
Like I can't even imagine what he would do if you put it to scale. Like he doesn't want you disagreeing with his opinion on HB1s.
Yeah.
Like you're not.
There's a person, a YouTuber. He's a Twitch streamer as well. His name's Asmon Gold, and Asmon and Elon, I guess, were in contact. And this is so funny because Elon is a gamer, so he's playing this game. I don't even know what the game's called, but he has the highest level on the highest level, so the highest level on hardcore. And Asmon Gold's a gamer, and he's like, I don't think this is him. He's like, I don't think he has. I think he's paying somebody to do this. He goes, all the hallmarks are there. He's like, I was watching him play live. He clearly doesn't know what he's doing on a high level. Elon got so mad. He might have taken away his check mark. He might have, but he released his text messages with Asmon Gold. This streamer who's like, he's literally a guy that lives in Austin, Texas, not far from where I am. Lives in Austin, Texas, and he like lives in like this dirty house, and he's like a dirty guy. He calls himself the Roach King. Like he's just like a very humble guy. He's a millionaire, but he's like, I won't move out of this house. It's gross there. Everybody knows about it. And Elon's like releasing this guy's text messages. Oh, he has these editors, and Asmon Gold's not his own man. And look at this. Like he has these editors that he has to clear things with when it comes to what he can and can't do. And Asmon Gold, literally the guy who's like, he seems like he's a really good communicator, really smart guy, but he seems like a hillbilly. Like he seems
Yeah.
like this dirty hippie type, and he's the voice of reason in this whole thing. He's like, I don't think it's cool to release people's text messages like this. This is very immature of Elon Musk, and it's just such a weird thing because it's like this guy I listen to talk about nonsense and like political issues, and Elon Musk is like going at this guy, and he's just like, this is so silly. Like it was over a video game. It wasn't over a political stance. It wasn't over what he was doing with Trump. Nothing. It was over a video game. That was the craziest thing I've seen.
That's wild. And there's
Yeah.
other people who like said the same very similar things about him in regards to his earlier companies, like I think with Tesla and some other companies, that he was very temperamental, who could not handle criticism, took credit for things that he did not do, just certain things like that. And it is very concerning when you have someone that has that much power that treats issues like that, that doesn't have that level of selflessness.
Well, you heard what happened with him in the White House and why he like left Doge.
I
The
don't know why he left Doge,
the
actually.
the
A real reason.
it said like, and this is not just like rumor, like mainstream was talking about this, Fox and MSNBC, like, so they're not even on the same page of things. They were both talking about this. They were saying that the secretary treasurer, Scott Bassett, and Elon Musk got into a physical altercation because Scott called Elon a fraud, and Elon like tackled him and hit him. And then Scott, like a regular man, I guess he backed up and he punched Elon in the face. That's why Elon had the black eye on his last day at Doge.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the rumor that went about. Just again, Trump was asked about it, and he's like, "Oh, I don't." He didn't say no. He's like, "I don't know anything about it." He's like, "What about the physical altercation?" And he's like, "I don't know anything about it. I didn't hear anything about it. I wish Elon well. I hope he's okay. I don't know.
That's
I didn't hear
good.
about it."
That's a good Trump impression.
I've been working on it. I've been working on it.
It's a good one. Yeah, like Elon, like I'm actually pro technology. I think that we should have evolution and advancements in technology. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with having AI. I think that there's uses for it. But I think so the issue isn't in technology itself or, AI
Hmm.
in general. The issue is that it needs to be stewarded into the public by people who are capable of that can actually lead and steward it properly.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Just so any of your viewers can know, like, I don't think you're against AI or anything like that, or
I
maybe
use it
you
all
are,
the
I can't.
time. I have
Yeah,
Grok and OpenAI and
yeah,
ChatGPT open right
yeah.
now. I use it
It
all
it
the time.
yeah, like it's not that you can't enjoy AI or use GPT or whatever. It's that these things are so powerful, the apps are so powerful that we really do need to make sure that the people that are stewarding it and bringing it forward are good people. And
Yeah.
that's just the reality. You have to have a certain moral character to deal with this kind of power. It's just the truth. It's not about liking someone or not liking someone. Elon Musk is unfit to have
Yeah.
the kind of power he is. And I would probably maybe argue, maybe the Oracle guy is a lot of these people who have all of this power through technology. We need to start thinking about, you know, going deeper into whether this is okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cause like I was just saying it yesterday because I did an episode on the massive tax that these data centers are having on the planet, but also on the communities that they're near. It's really messing up a lot of people's houses, messing up their real estate, everything. And it was funny because I was playing a clip of Mark Zuckerberg talking about it. And it's funny how things have changed in the past like 10, 15 years because it's like now he seems like one of the more trustworthy ones where he's
Really?
normal now. He's talking a little bit normal. He's like more aware of himself. He's trying to be like, he seems like he's trying to be open about things, but obviously not to a full extent. But, it's like he seems like he's not talking like he's not doing
Yeah.
all that anymore. Like I was like, huh. I'm like, it's funny how he became like better than the rest of them. Like I don't know about morally or anything, but just like on the surface, it was very interesting because yeah. But
Yeah.
it's not just the morality because the one thing Elon Musk did have, I don't know if he's still talking about it. People say that he's creating XAI and Grok and Neuralink in order to combat what's coming in regards to super intelligence and to have some kind of, human cyborg like lion tamer to the super intelligence. But the one thing he did really harp on for years was the safety. And that, when you look into that, that's where all these guys, I talk about it all the time. It's that none of them have a plan for not just if things go bad in like the worst case scenario, even if it goes smoothly, there's still going to be a displacing of millions of jobs, possibly billions of jobs. None of them have a plan for what that looks like. And I always find that worrying. Like, you're going to do this to a lot of people. It's maybe in who makes this tech, maybe there's 10 million of them. And 10 million of these people who are making this tech and working on it are making this huge decision for the rest of the world. And they have no plan on what it looks like. They only care about that thing coming into fruition. They have no idea what everybody's going to do. What is it going to be? Universal basic income? Are they going to be the ones that provide it? You know, it's kind of weird that the government didn't have a hand in you displacing all these billions of people, but then the government's going to flip the bill. Are you going to? Are we going to now get paid by OpenAI and Grok and like this fund that they all put together? And like, it's like they have no plan. Sam Altman's just like, people are creative, they'll figure things out. Like, that was what he had to say about it. Peter Thiel's pretty much the same thing. Elon Musk was about safety, but then all of a sudden he kind of joined in. None of them talk about it anymore. No one's talking about the safety aspect in regards to the people who are running the show, so to speak. And I think that's one of the more concerning things. They have no plan. It's, again, exactly like what you said, like they've already won. It's like they're operating like, why do I don't even have to answer to this. It's weird.
Well, if we look at something like the World Economic Forum,
Yeah.
okay, which is like, Klaus Schwab is up there in his weird Darth Vader like uniform, and he's telling us about the Internet of Bodies, and they have like the technocracy summits. If you look at like, the Great Reset and all of that, they have a general idea, people in this kind of globalist, super wealthy milieu, that the world is overpopulated.
Yes, of course.
They believe that the world is overpopulated, full of useless idiots. And then you see before this, you see, this thing come out, right?
Yeah.
And which could be around population control. I don't want to say it on your channel. I don't want it to get dinged.
Yeah. I know you.
But like, you have something like that happen, which a lot of people, Bill Gates has, I believe he has class action lawsuits against his company because he went into South India and the
Yeah.
Congo in
Yeah.
Africa. And
That's
yeah,
a lot of people don't realize that's true. That's actually a thing. It's seen as like this tinfoil type of thing, but that's real. That's really happening. And like you bring that up right away, I think of Jordan Peterson because he's had the best speech about it, and he's made sure to say it on every major platform that he has, where he says, "Who are these people to decide that there's too many?" He's like, and who are they going to decide that the too many are? And how are they going to make sure that they're not around? Like,
it's all
who are these people to make these decisions?
it's always their families
Yeah.
that get to like go to Mars or get to do this wonderful thing. It's always their family or people that they deem to be acceptable. It's
Yeah.
totally psychopathic stuff. And so I think that the reason why they don't apologize is because they're in the club where they probably believe in the world is overpopulated and they want to turn everything into a park. And in regards to Elon Musk suddenly appearing on the scene as being pro-technology, pro-human, like pro-human or whatever, I don't know if that's if that's really the case. You could also make the argument that he's going after a market share. So there's a very large percentage of the population, for example, religious people that believe this is the mark of the beast and that don't like this. So it is, you would have to go into the right side, the right leaning side of politics. You have to have a guy who promotes AI who's going to appeal to that market share.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a large portion of the world that doesn't want it because of all these reasons that we're talking about, you've got to send a guy out there to convince them that he's the guy that's going to represent them, that he likes the AI, but he wants to protect humanity while also creating WeChat
Yeah. Well,
and
also creating
also
AI and robots, right?
and also coming up with Neuralink where you'll never think your own thought. I mean,
Yeah.
if anything is the most deep and intense form of slavery, it will be Neuralink. So the guy who's creating that and WeChat and slavery in all these weird forms, just like China, is the guy who's got the good AI that's on Team Humanity. This is the kind of nonsense, and how I see it, and I know this is my opinion, but any kind of technocracy or technology that develops into the body is like a cancer. There's no good kind of cancer.
True.
There's no good
True.
that I know that's my opinion, but there's no good kind.
Yeah.
It gets to a certain point where it's an overdevelopment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that there's the only thing to do is to be hard on these people and push back so that we
Yeah.
can have some semblance for the future generations to actually have something, that's natural, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. So true. Like so from there, because this is, we're kind of on the same page there. Where do you think it goes? Right? Because we're at this point where it seems like it's not going to slow down. It doesn't seem like none of them are accepting a pause. None of them want to slow down. I don't know if it was removed from the big, beautiful bill, but if
Oh,
it wasn't, that means that for the next 10 years, that state level government can't dictate what an AI company does. Only the federal government can. And the federal government is concerned with beating China in this whole race. So they're probably just going to let them, just go. So where do you think it goes from here? I am of the thinking that we, or at least our kids are going to become uncontacted tribes, because there's a lot of people who are like, I'm not doing it. So where are those people? How do you have this one side that's, merging to this highest extent, and this other side that goes, we don't want to do that? It kind of makes me wonder sometimes, maybe that's what uncontacted tribes are. Maybe they're just, the descendants of people who are like, we're not merging with machine.
100%. I completely agree. And then, like, do you know how to make a computer? Do you know how to make a car? I don't.
No.
I don't, I can barely, yeah, no. So, like, of course, if you fall away from society, you're not going to have a computer, you're not going to have a car, you're just going to be back to zero. Very few people can actually make those things.
Mhm.
Um, how I see is definitely a bifurcation, which means that, again, certain people are going to go right into the technology, lose their autonomy, lose their independence, be seduced by it, and other people will form separate groups,
Mm.
and actually live closer to the earth, closer to each other, and form a deeper spirituality. And it'll be basically, I think it'll eventually be like two different species of human, really.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
ultimate, like yeah. So, and then you get these different divergent populations that are just they're evolving differently. But I don't I think it's going to be two distinct paths. And the weirdly enough, I think a very deep spirituality will come about from this, because when you look at how dark what we're talking about really is, or how it could potentially be, I think that that would be a reason for people to go even deeper into their spirit.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Mm. Oh, yeah, that's the
what do
place
you
where
think?
I do think that there's going to be some kind of split. I think I've said it before. I think right now there should be someone who, if they had money, or if they could get together with people that have money, they should be buying as much land as possible somewhere, and just being like, this is for people who don't want to do that. And like, just start building that now, because it'll
Yeah.
fill up. It'll fill up. And if you have enough land, like, it'll be a whole other country. Like,
Yeah.
and it will be people who aren't merging. And it gets dark. I always go into, like, I always call them movie scripts, but it gets dark because eventually those people who are merging will be like, oh no, we've done a horrible thing, and how do we get biologics back? And there will be a whole thing of people who are all biological still,
Yeah.
and they'll want to come for us.
Yeah, it'll be that's like well that's like science fiction movies, right? Like there's been
Yeah,
these different shows that have kind of like hinted at that and you watch it and you're like, I don't know if that's real, but the way things are turning out, like
yeah,
yeah, it's we're coming into some pretty crazy times.
yeah. It's very, very weird. They're very, very weird. One thing I wanted to ask you about was the connection between AI. I don't know. I heard you talking about it. I don't know if you were making that type of connection, but you were talking about something in Egypt called the opening of the mouth.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, can you tell us about that? And also, like, do you feel like there's a connection to like what's going on with AI right now
Hmm.
in that?
Yeah. In Egyptian religion, um, they were they would basically animate objects. They would animate idols. And how it worked in ancient Egypt was they would have a priest king. So the pharaoh ruled by divine right, or the pharaoh was like a priest king, which meant that that pharaoh's soul was that of an angel sort of thing. Like, you know how we were talking about
Mm,
initiation science, where there's different degrees of spiritual development.
yeah.
And so this person's etheric body would be in a state of glorification. And so that would be like a spiritual master or high spiritual adept, and that's who would rule Egypt and probably all the lands around it. If that's the leading civilization, that would actually probably lead the world sort of thing.
Okay.
And so the pharaoh was a priest king and he would rule, but he was also the spiritual guide and he was in contact with the gods basically. And so when they passed away, there was really a sad thing because this is a great initiate. And so they would mummify him, and through mummification they would preserve the form. And often, and this is the same thing with saints too, when the etheric body becomes very, very developed, like when we're talking about glorification today, like through initiation, your etheric body becomes glorified. The body doesn't break down as fast.
Mm,
So I don't know if you've heard about this, but there's some people who have been dug up, and I think Orthodox Christianity or Catholicism, they'll dig up the saints and they'll look at the body to see if it's deteriorated or not. Have you heard about this?
no, no.
Yeah, so sometimes in different forms of Christianity, there's saints, which would be similar to what a pharaoh was. They'll
Yeah.
dig up the body to see if it has deteriorated. And if it hasn't deteriorated, that confirms that they're a saint. So the idea,
Oh,
yeah, so the idea is that the etheric body is so glorified, it's still providing life to the physical body. That's how powerful the person
wow.
is. And
Really?
yes. And so it's rare now, but in earlier periods when we were closer to the spiritual world, the earth was closer to spirit, this is how they operated. And so that pharaoh would be mummified and preserved in a very specific way so that he would not deteriorate and he could still communicate with the priest class and share wisdom and continue that. He would be a great personality, so they would continue that connection with him. So what they would do in preparing the body is that they would make offerings, wash it, do everything that they would do, and then they'd have a tool which they would open the mouth of the pharaoh, and then that would symbolically allow him to speak. But it wasn't like a voice in the room. It was that because he was still bound for a period of time, they would actually communicate with pharaoh.
Wow.
And they could also enchant different objects with pharaoh's essence as well, or different gods' essences as
Wow.
well. Yeah, so that's what they would do.
That's very so they're saying actual speech would come from the
Yeah,
pharaoh
people would hear it.
opening the mouth.
Yeah, the priest class would have been a very close knit circle.
Yeah, of
And
course.
through their union with Pharaoh, they would probably be able to hear him, potentially see him, and that union would have stayed close. Yeah,
Wow.
through that body for a period of time. But nowadays these spiritual figures and stuff, it's just a little bit different now. But back then, um, certain things were possible, certain things were more obvious. And so, yeah, and they still imbue, like they would have the Ka statue in Egypt too, which is he's like that, and that would have a little bit of the burn off of the Ka, which is the etheric body. The Ka,
Wow.
there's the Ka and the Ba, the physical body. So they were absorbing a piece of it, which is like the pharaoh can speak through, which is why like the whole machine thing we're talking about, it's like again, imbuing an entity into an object is totally normal for pagan
Yeah.
cultures or for earlier periods through Egyptian mysticism. They did it with their pharaohs,
Yeah.
their kings.
Wow. That's interesting. And it's like you're talking about it in Egypt, but as I'm looking it up, it's happened in the Catholic Church as well.
The body.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They call it incorruptible saints. That's what it's incorruptible saints. John, I don't know what number that is, but John, Saint Barnadette, Saint Cecilia, Saint Zita, Blessed Margaret of Mileto or Mileta. Wow. Said her body was found to be incorrupted despite not being embalmed, with her arms still flexible and her eyelashes still present after over 650 years. Wow. And they're all like that. They're all recounting 300 years after, 1500 years after. That is something.
There's several examples of it, and it all has to do with that. It's the essence of Christ. And this is the same thing in the Egyptian period. The Egyptian people still recognized the Father and Christ and all of that. It was just in a different sort of context than when Christ incarnates, right? That creates a different paradigm. That's, does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
they're still using the essence. It's the essence of Christ that basically transforms our spiritual bodies and makes them full of life. Because when Christ speaks, he says, I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life.
Wow.
So as Christ glorifies you, he glorifies your spiritual bodies, and they become eternal or they become immortal. And part of that means that your etheric body uh, basically has so much power, so much Christ inside of it that it doesn't decay. It doesn't rot like normal people.
Huh.
And this is the same case with the pharaohs. Eventually, the pharaohs, they started to try to mimic that by mummification. And later on, like it became different. But initially, they just didn't rot. They would just be in their coffin and they'd be 300 years old and they just wouldn't rot because they were great entities. And so
Wow.
why this is so important is that this is our path. We have to learn to glorify ourselves in that way. In the
Mhm.
Eastern tradition, this exists as well. So like in Hinduism and Buddhism, they have a similar concept. It's called buddhi. So Buddhi.
Mhm.
So when you get to the level of like buddhi, the etheric body is in a state of different states of glorification. And so that's when you become a saint. That's when you become a master, essentially. And your
Wow.
death process doesn't decay. I know it's so wild, and people are going to be like, this girl is crazy. But I'm telling you, this is a thing in initiation science, is you can actually develop this through right living, through everything we're talking about. And they
Yeah.
did, and people still do. They still check the saints. They still dig up the saints and they check in their body. Like no one knows about it, but they do this.
Isn't that something too, right? We're talking about like occult and like how it's not talked about, like the we think things are just one way, and then like you hear like, oh yeah, yeah, they still dig up saints, and you're like, what? Like what?
Yeah, and it's like this is
Just to
what makes
see
it.
if they've rotted. They wait 100 years, then they check. It's like what?
Oh
What are you
yeah, oh
talking
yeah.
about?
Or they have like a glass coffin and they look.
Mhm.
It's like everybody thinks that like Chat GPT and AI is the greatest thing. No, that is the
Yeah.
greatest thing. The most incredible thing is to not decay. Is the most incredible thing is to understand eternal life.
Mm,
because that's what this is about. Like in Christianity, the central tenet is eternal life, resurrection. That's
yeah.
what you're seeing with these individuals who are saints. They may not be as Jesus, who, didn't die, didn't die at all, and just like, whatever, but they're on the path.
Yeah.
And that's pretty darn good. That's pretty
Wow.
darn good,
That's
So
that's
there's, yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Now I was just going to say that to think about it, like we're pouring our energy into thinking that technology is going to give us the answer and we have to take on all this technology. That lady, that saint and Benedict, like what did they do to get to that? You know what I mean? Like that's
Mm,
impressive. That's longevity. That's immortality. That's what that looks like. And how did they live their lives? How did they get to that? That's what we should be looking at.
yeah.
And it's real. It's real. And then the Eastern monks do it too. I don't know if people have seen this, but like even in Hinduism and Buddhism, they have their monks preserved.
I have seen one monk that they said he was in the lotus position, passed away, and then they still had him.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
they were talking about how he could come back if he wanted to,
Yes.
like
That's like the
reincarnate.
pharaoh. That's like the
Yes.
pharaoh. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Or some of them, different people have transubstantiated as well. Because in like Christian initiation, transubstantiation of the form into spirit is the ultimate. Like that's what Christ did
Mhm.
down to his bones. But there's different forms of transubstantiation that don't get to the mineral level. And so they'll just be like fingernails left behind or bones left behind. So there's all it's incredible. It's a really beautiful and incredible and like meaningful, you know. Yeah, it's real
That's
superhuman stuff.
yeah, yeah. That's see, that's the part of that divine being that they don't talk about, or that I think that they're trying to push us away from, you know? They're trying
Mhm.
to bring us to the ones and zeros when in reality it's like that's the thing. Like you said, that's the thing to really focus on, you know? Wow. Wow. Hey, let's go to solar system as a school. I heard you talking about that. I didn't get to listen to it, but I thought of it as such a cool subject. And yeah, let's get into that. We can end off on that. What is that about? You're saying the solar system is a school.
Yes. So when we look out into the world today and into space, we think it's like planets that need to be colonized. We have this giant ball of gas that's burning, and these planets have to be mined. And is there life on planet X5247? We have a very materialistic view of the cosmos, of outer space. But in reality, in the ancient traditions, like we're talking about today, about the tradition of immortality, which we should be focusing on, but there was also a very specific picture of death and rebirth, which actually is part of, I would say it is part of the original Christian tradition, but was removed. But when we die, our soul actually passes through different realms.
Mm.
And these different realms that we pass through are marked by the planetary spheres, by the planets. So when we pass away, we pass through the realm of the moon, or our soul kind of passes into this moon realm, which in the Eastern tradition is called Kamaloka, or the lower astral plane. In Christianity, it's called purgatory.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. And so you pass into that plane, and then you move into the Venus plane, the Mercury plane, the Sun plane. And in the solar plane, you meet Christ. Christ is the great solar spirit. He's the great solar entity. He is the sun.
Mm.
That's what he is. That has how powerful he is. And then you pass through Saturn and I think Jupiter and Mars, and then you reincarnate. So what that
Oh.
means, that's actually, and this is in the Eastern traditions, it exists in the Western traditions. And in fact, if you were involved in a secret society or a mystery school, this is what you would learn, and you would learn how to die. So when you look at the Egyptian, yeah, when you look at the Egyptian funerary texts, okay, they describe the 9 gates of heaven that you have to pass through, and they tell you exactly how you're supposed to get through these gates.
Really?
It's in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. So the
Really?
Egyptian, yeah, so the Egyptians, they were like, they could see the entire spiritual planes because we're talking about how it has to be objective, right? So
Hmm.
when you pass away, you pass through the nine gates of heaven. Well, those nine gates are also the planets. Okay. And that's why when you go die, you go to heaven. Heaven is the cosmos. You go into there. You come back around. In the Eastern system, these were called lokas, Lokas. So the nine gates of the Egyptian system is the lokas of very similar to the lokas of the Indian system. And
Okay.
yeah, and then so when you get into like Hermeticism or more into the Western system, you just look at it as planets, as spheres. It becomes less artistic, less creative, and more scientific. And so they say you move through the planetary spheres. Now, why that's important is that your soul basically goes through a life or a sojourn. Edgar Cayce called these planetary sojourns. So you
Mhm.
when you go into these different planes, you learn lessons and you go through basically a life. The Indian culture would describe it as waking up. You basically wake up in this other realm, and then you pass away in that realm, and then you wake up in this other realm. And that is the wheel of samsara. And that's the wheel of reincarnation. And this is the toughest school.
Ah,
So it's like a decompression as we go through the moon, Venus, and Mercury. I believe that's the order. And then you actually, once you've shed everything from this life, you meet Christ. This is how it is in the mystery schools and in the, the esoteric systems. These were
mhm.
different than what the public was taught, right? This is like
Yeah.
well, the modern public, but the ancients knew it. The ancient people knew this, they understood this. And then you come back around and then you reincarnate and hopefully you've gone to this, you know hopefully every single realm has been a schoolhouse for you where you've learned about yourself, where you've integrated things into your personality that you needed to integrate. And that's actually also where astrology comes from. Astrology comes from the reality that every planet is actually a realm in which our soul moves through that affects us all the time, that we leave a piece of ourselves there or we are there. There is a piece of us there. And that's where astrology works and it is a sacred science, is because there's actually a piece of us that's still in touch with that, that's affecting us now because we're living in all that space right now. Does that
Wow.
make sense? That's like I know that's a lot, but that's sort of,
Yeah. It is a lot. Yeah. Okay. And then a piece of us is left in the planets or just in those realms or
yeah, it's sort of like through almost even sympathetic vibration, we're part of the cosmos and the cosmos is part of us.
yes.
And when we no longer have this physical body, we return to it. But it's not just a chaotic return. Like, where am I going? What's going on? It's very precise, actually. And a lot of people in the New Age will recognize, like, seeing the light and Kamaloka. Um, but the rest of it isn't often known, which is
Wow.
that you move through all of these different realms. And the first several realms, you shed materiality and you return to spirit. And then the final move through is you begin to return to it and you take on matter. And but this is also what the ancients believed as well. That's why they thought heaven was in the stars.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's man, Rogan has mentioned it so many times talking about a certain people. Is it the Dogon tribe?
Hmm.
And they say that they came from the stars. Like when
Correct.
you ask where they're from, they say like we came from the stars. And they
The
even
Do
know like what area and whatnot.
the Dogon tribe was one of those tribes that had an unusual knowledge of the stars, like an impossible knowledge of the stars. Like
Hmm.
when people went and visited the Dogon tribe, there was no way that they could have. They didn't have a telescope. They
Hmm.
didn't, like, nobody had them. You know, how did they know that? How did they know that Sirius, the star Sirius, was such? So, by the way, the Dogon tribe is famous for recognizing Sirius.
Wow.
we didn't recognize Sirius until like the 1900s or something like that. But what's really fascinating is that Sirius is a very spiritual star, and it's significant because it's considered the higher octave of our sun.
Really?
So, yeah, in occultism, yes. So it's considered to be like Sirius, Arcturus, Alcyon are sort of like extended bodies of our sun in high esoteric knowledge. So it's where it's also kind of like where higher souls can come in from, exalted souls and things like that, when you understand that death process we're talking about. So technically, if you were like a shaman, right, and you can see heaven and you understand the death process, you would know about Sirius.
Yeah. Yeah. Of
You would
course.
just talk about it, you'd write it down, it'd be part of your culture because you didn't lose that
Hmm.
part of it.
Oh
So
man.
yeah, and they had also the Dogon also have really fascinating cosmic dances and stuff. Like where they have the thing on their head and they'll smack it to the ground.
Okay.
They go like this and they'll smash it to the ground. In cosmic stories that talk about, I think they talk about what we're talking about, the soul in heaven and things like that. It's fascinating, yeah.
Wow. Because the Egyptians, they believed, well, from what I know, that your soul would go up and that you'd be tested. There'd be tests, I believe.
Correct. That's the nine gates. Yeah, it was sort of
Yeah.
like
Okay.
and that's like basic and like they have like one of them is like flaming fires of lava, the body being dismembered and then being put back together.
Wow.
And then you also would like dwellers at the threshold, like you'd have to face certain things that represent your fears, but then you'd also be surrounded by angels. And that's describing a lot of those really tough ones are describing, I would probably say the moon plane,
Yeah.
particularly. And then when you get past that, you're in your spiritual form. But they had a different view of death. It was more challenging. And I don't know, it always reminds me of George Harrison from the Beatles. He
Okay.
loved Eastern esotericism. He loved like Maharishi, and the Eastern wisdom also retained this where you would prepare yourself to die. So one of the things that the monks would do is that they would live their life so they would prepare themselves to die consciously. And the
Wow.
Western monks would do this too, you know, but you prepare yourself to die consciously so you can go through these tests as you're saying, and that you're not confused.
Wow.
And
Wow.
when George Harrison died, his wife said that like he had been preparing for this his whole life, and the room lit up with light because he was such a booty. He was so into like death meditation, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm always for me, I'm always so afraid of my mortality. That's like one of my things. Like I don't want to leave this place behind.
Really?
I like my family, I like the kids, like it's weird, but I think about it and I'm like, wow, like what a trip that like, best case scenario is that, you just pass away with all your loved ones around you. Like that's best case
That's a
scenario.
blessing. And you know what
Yeah.
it is too, is like people who have passed away, and it's like when you pass away, um, how I understand it is there's no real sense of time anymore. So there is
Mhm.
no separation, really. There is no such thing as death, really.
Yeah, that's
There's no
that's
such thing as death.
yeah, that's
It's
what I notice even as I read the Bible more and get into that. Like, because when I was younger, I was always reading about Buddhism, Hinduism, things of that nature. Um, but it seems like, and now talking to you about this, it's like, yeah, there's no death in terms of what we're afraid of. It's not really like that. There is the material, it happens in bad ways and different ways for different people and natural causes, unnatural causes, but the process is not as crazy as it feels to think about sometimes. You
Yeah,
know?
and yeah, and it's it's all about like releasing attachment. That's the saintly way, is that you have no attachments.
Mm,
That's the secret. That's one of the secrets of it. Um, and then the more you release attachment to the material world, which is why, in the Christian tradition, there's an incredible tradition of chastity, of fasting, and all that kind of stuff, is to release any attachment. And the more you release attachment from the material world as you're ready, your soul naturally reaches upward.
yeah.
And it naturally just starts to reference the spiritual planes more and more and more. And then death becomes a transition.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. I've talked about it before. I did DMT once, and I remember in that experience I was like, huh, because I was like laying down and like the walls were moving and kind of closing in, and I was like, this is probably what death is like. Like I
Oh,
thought to myself, I'm like, it's probably like that. And I remember I was like, and it's not that bad. It's probably what it's like, and it's not all that bad. And yeah, it's weird.
that's that's interesting. It could be your consciousness also trying to prepare you or show you, like it's okay. And
Yeah.
and back in the day they used to also have like death doulas, meaning people would help you pass away, and there was a whole culture around it, and we don't have that anymore. So it's normal that you would fear that, because we don't have that kind of support that we used to have.
Yeah, yeah, that's very true. There was one guy, funny enough, he went to a mystery school too. I was working at a phone, like selling phones. We were in a kiosk in a mall, and there was always this guy. He seemed like he was Filipino, and he would always wear all black, and he would walk around with these really old people. And I'd be like, eventually we would talk to him, and I'd be like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, well, these people, they're going to pass away soon. He's like, so I walk with them. And, it was very odd. And it was the first time I ever heard of a mystery school, because he was doing like these tricks. Like he had these very weird tricks that he would do. And he would be like, touch this and do that. And this person say a number. It'd be like a random customer. And then you open your hand, and that's the number that's written on the thing. And the customer just said it. It was like these trippy, like you couldn't possibly orchestrate these type of things. Sometimes I wouldn't let him do a customer. It'd be a coworker who I'd been with all day. And, he would always do this stuff. And yeah, it's a lot of mind stuff. He's like, a lot of connecting. I went to a mystery school. He's like, you'd probably really like it. He's like, you should consider going to a mystery school. And I was like, I don't even know what that is. Like, I remember looking it up and being like, maybe, I don't know, like metaphysical stuff and whatnot, but I never actually did. But that was the first person I ever heard mention a mystery school. And he was very mysterious, very, very mysterious. It's very odd.
That does sound very mystery school behavior. That is exactly what people experience when they um like experience a special person that does things like that's how they are. They're very unusual.
Yeah.
And that's really nice. It's really beautiful. And sometimes those people are where you least expect them, and they're just kind of giving you a nudge.
Yeah, yeah. He would just always be walking around just with old people, and he's like, you don't see, he's like, you never see me with the same person. He's like, because he's like, they pass. He's like, I just bring them
Yeah.
on like their last trips, going around and whatnot. And I was like, wow, because I had the same mortality thing now, and I was like, that's so deep to be doing that, confronting it so closely. And the
Yeah.
things he would show us were just mind-boggling. It didn't make any sense. And then that was it. It was like he showed me that. He told me about the mystery school. I never saw him again. It was
That's interesting. Well,
yeah.
um, it is a very selfless thing to do that, to be working with people when they die and being
Mhm.
around that. That's definitely someone that I would see as being probably some level of advancement to do that.
Yeah.
That act of service.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm glad we're ending things on such a positive note.
Death and
Death
it is
and
fun.
breakaway civilizations.
Yeah.
Man, but your retention is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Like just
Oh,
wild amount of retention. I'm very surprised. Yeah, I was blown away. I was like, wow, this is crazy. You have all these things just in
oh,
already.
oh, well, it's all I do. To be
Yeah,
fair,
true.
to be fair, this is what I do. So
True.
I don't have like kids or anything. I'm just in it, you know?
So let me just pull up, where else can people find you? I was going to pull up your YouTube channel, but what else do you have going on? What do you want this to expand into? What are you thinking about?
Well, I have my YouTube channel there where I do all kinds of free teachings and free information just like this. And then I also have a private platform, and there I do live Q&As, so we can talk about basically like anything from politics to spirituality, whatever you want. I have classes over there. I have a whole community actually of really incredible mystics, and so you can chat with people as well. And then I'm just Mystic in the Moon on X, and I think Gigi Young everywhere else.
Okay, perfect. All right, let me just jump over here. Make sure people can see you there as well. And that's you on X there.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely send me all the links that you want in the description and everything, and I'll make sure everybody can see that type of stuff. But it went exactly the way I told my wife it would. I said we'd probably do 4 hours because I love long conversations. I haven't seen any, like, all her videos are like 3.5 hours. So I'm like, I'll see
Hmm.
I'll see you later.
It's gonna be 4 hours, and you're gonna wear seven Speedos, seven
Yeah,
tinfoil Speedos.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. All right, I'm gonna sign off here, but don't leave. Don't leave. I'm just gonna sign off here. Guys, that was it. Gigi Young, look her up. Link in the description if you want to hear more from her. Her series Occulted is amazing. You gotta check it out. A lot of stuff there. I'm out. All right.